make the turn that you can see at the bottom of your screen, and then come down into the pits. So if any of the drivers do get drive-through penalties, it's going to be around about 40 seconds for the driver to get through and serve that penalty. So they're going to be crucial today. And the Spa-Francorchamps is one of them tracks that is so easy to pick up them pesky off tracks. Certainly being night as well, missing your braking markers, extending that little bit further into corners, you know, and that's going to be all important when it comes to the end of the race, because we've seen quite a few of these races right to the death. Somebody gets a drive-through penalty for incident levels, so that's going to be an important factor here today as well.
Yeah, this track is really infamous when it comes to the incident points. There was a little bit of a joke iRace a few years ago where the incident point limit was just a battle of who would be the last to get disqualified. So I think with that incident point limit, if you do pick up a penalty, that will be the most excruciating minute of your life. It'll feel like you're dragging on for an hour, a 4-hour race, but going through the pits, it just feels like it takes forever. And one thing as well, maybe that may come into an effect with some of these drivers that may not have practiced as much as some others, is they may have muscle memory of hitting that pit limiter button, exiting the Grand Prix pits, even though it's a little bit obviously you have the whole pit lane, the combined endurance and Grand Prix pits under that pit speed limit. Some drivers may just blip that pit speed limiter button, hit that very early, then realize, oh crap, I made a mistake, then hit it back again. But if they just speed a little bit and pick up a penalty, that could be very detrimental when it comes to some of these drivers' races. So we're in actually, no, my apologies, we're in practice now. Not too much left in this practice session. We're following Apex Racing TV's own Luis Araya sawing at the wheel in that Cadillac, going through the midsection of the track, about to enter Poulan, which I think is going to be a very tricky corner for these drivers, especially in the early stages of the qualifying session where they're trying to build heat into their tires. And at a track like this, under the lights, where there's going to be really no tire temp, it'll feel like you're driving on ice cubes exiting the pits. I think the tire temperatures are going to be really important for these drivers as well. 59.3, which is a pretty decent lap time, currently slots him into P5. So we'll see if he can try and improve that time in the Olympus Esports Time car there in the Cadillac. I gotta wonder, the BOP always changes with these GTPs and the GTs for that matter, but I gotta wonder, what is the favorite car of these drivers with this race? Of course, there's many different cars to choose from. You've got the Acura, you got the BMW, you've got the Cadillac, and you've got the Porsche. I'll ask you this here real quick, Andy. If you had to choose between the other GTPs, what car do you think you would choose for this race?
Well, I suppose the GTP, I'm not really au fait with them, to be perfectly honest. I haven't driven them since they've come out on iRacing, probably one of the only people who haven't, but it's certainly to favour the Cadillac in here. There's predominantly more Cadillacs than the Acura and the Porsche here today, and certainly the Cadillac is the one that seems to be coming out on top in that LMDH class as well. So certainly looks like it's the Cadillac is the car of choice, but I think they're all very much well balanced. They have their pluses and the minuses of each of the cars, and they are quite very similar. So it's very much down to the driving style of however the team feel that they want to do, but certainly the Cadillac seems to be the car of choice and the car on top at the moment.
This may be a very dumb reason, but I think I would pick the Cadillac as well, just because I would rather listen to the V8 rumble of the Cadillac rather than the, I guess you could call it the groan of the Acura going down those long straightaways. I would much rather listen to that V8 symphony behind you for the next 4 hours. So I think that may be my choice. As for the GTs, it's really up in the air. I've seen, well, it's hard to really BOP these cars. I've heard a lot of discussion that the Lamborghinis have had to be BOP'd here in iRacing over the past few weeks. I've also seen the Acura be not the Acura, my apologies, the Audi be very fast, as well as the Ferrari. In my time covering the S1 Racing GT3 series, another series here on Apex Racing TV, I've seen a lot of drivers running very different machinery, whether it be the Ferrari, when that was first introduced, that thing was really sketchy, but also pretty quick if you managed to get it right. The Audi was also pretty quick when it was first introduced, but I think the Lamborghini may be the car of choice here for these GT drivers. We'll just have to see what kind of ideas these drivers have when it comes to the cars they're running. currently in GT3 Pro. It's currently a 1-2 of the Ferraris in this practice session. A pretty big gap between the P1 and P2. We're following the Bear Poke Workers Union driver of Michael Hooper coming through the Lake Holmes chicane right now. He is about, let me do some quick math in my head, that is 0.7 of a second off of the fastest time in that GT3 Pro category. Looking through the manufacturer alliance, as you can see, LMDH Pro, that is a BMW up the front. That's a little bit shocking. And then LMDH AM, it's actually 2 Porsches leading that front, then 2 Ferraris at the front of GT3 Pro, and then a Porsche leading GT3 AM. So a nice smorgasbord, to invoke a little bit of French, I guess. I don't know the origins of the word smorgasbord, but invoking a very interesting word that I don't think I've ever used on a broadcast here on Apex. We've got a nice selection of drivers at these, a nice selection of cars, I should say, that these drivers are going to be using here.
Yes, I'll definitely leave that pronunciation down to you there, Ron. But yeah, I think the GT3 class, Side Racing have done a really good job of getting the cars very similar. There's the slight nuances between each of the models of cars within the GT3 class. They are extremely similar. I remember when the Mercedes first came out, I think every single race was a Mercedes event because it was just so OP. Then BMW seemed to come on, but what is nice is they rebalanced the cars, made them a lot more close on races, and even brought back the Audi, and the Audi seems to be a good car of choice as well. So a long stable Audi R8 is nice to be back in the mix as well, and we do have a couple of them out on show here tonight. So it's good to see the cars and the balance of cars. It's always a bit of a shame when you get an OP car and literally a GT3 class is dominated by one car in particular, but it's good to see out here tonight that we do have a mixture of cars out on track.
Speaking of the mixture of cars, looking at the LMDH Pro standings right now, the top 4 have all 4 of the big cars. You can see BMW, Porsche, Acura, then a Cadillac running at the top 4 in class, separated by about a half a second, so fairly close here in this practice session. We'll have to see how these drivers do in the qualifying session that's coming up in just a few moments' time. But I gotta imagine there's definitely a lot of favorites heading into this. Of course, the Obsidian Racing future driver that we're following now is fairly quick right now in that BMW. A little bit of a shock because I always thought that the BMW was a little bit slow. It's an interesting looking car, shall we say. Some have compared it to having the front end of a vacuum cleaner with those massive openings there to suck in air to cool off these beasts of engines in these GTP cars. But I'm really shocked that's running at the front right now. I believe it's the only BMW in class, if I'm not mistaken. So the fact that's running up towards the front is a little bit of a shock to me. What about you, Andy?
Yeah, it definitely is, but the BMW does have some nice straight line grunts as well. So the likes of the Camel Straight coming down to Puon, you know, it can really make use of that extra grunt that BMW does have in the car. So, you know, it is always one of them cars that normally go for the longer straight and do really well on tracks that have pretty long straights, and what we're looking at is really from the source flat out, certainly when the tyres are warmed up in the GT3 cars, all the way down to the Camel Straight. So, you know, I think the BMW is one of them all-around cars that is pretty much a stable. You've got the Mercedes that does have probably tips the top end.
Good morning, everybody. Just want to say good luck here. Thanks for supporting CMS. Hope you have a great race today. 4 hours, so plenty of time to sort things out, and welcome to Belgium.
End of the GT3 cars with the higher speed, but like I said, it balances it out across all GT3s, and I think this is really one of them tracks that actually does quite nicely balance it out. You know, you've got the Ferrari, which is normally quite good on under braking and tight turnings. So when you come down to turn 13 to the campus section and out to 16, it's really going to start to excel well there. You got the Mercedes, the Audi, and the BMW going to do well down the Kemmel Straight, and then when they come out of turn number 16. So it's all to play for really, and I think this is one of the only tracks that has a bit of everything in there. In the mix for the drivers to sort of contend to, and like you said at the start of the broadcast, add in the element of racing at night, although we're looking on board now of Cameron Barker of CMS Racing Pro. The lighting is actually quite light around here, and the headlights of the cars illuminate this track quite well, considering there is no lighting around this track apart from the start-finish straight. It's surprisingly a bright track with the headlights we go on, but it's going to be interesting. You know, the first couple of laps, the LMDH cars are going to have it nice and easy. They're not going to get any traffic in the GT3s, and we've seen in the previous two races as well. You know, the first couple of laps are quite chilled out for the drivers getting into the stride, and then all of a sudden they hit the back end of the GT3 field, and that's when the fireworks really start.
And with these cars, whether it be in the GT or the GTP classes, it's so important just to be in the right groove and really just, it's about being in a good mindset as well. It's a mental track, this is, because if you have any sort of mistake and you start to have those doubts in your mind about like, okay, am I really doing a good job? That's when you start to feel a bit self-conscious when it comes to your driving. So I think the mental game may play a big role in this race as well. We're about to wait and see, but we're in qualifying now. Practice has wrapped up, and we're going to see the drivers hitting that track right now. We're riding on board with one of the GTPs. We were riding on board with one of the GTPs exiting the pits, and that is a very, it's going to be interesting to see these drivers and their interesting strategies when it comes to warming up the tires, whether they're weaving going down the straightaways or just trying to crank in a lot of steering going through the corners. It's a nice little gamble, you could say, about how aggressive you want to be with those tires, whether you want to overheat them or whether you want to just get them up to a good temperature and then slowly bring them up to their perfect operating window. It's important to try and strike a balance, because if you burn up those tires in the first few laps, you're just going to have to park the car early because you're going to have no hope in hell of managing to improve your time. So I think the tire warming strategies are really important when it comes time for this qualifying session.
Yeah, it is very good. I mean, the qualifying session, the drivers only get 3 flying laps to get their timings in. So, you know, this track is synonymous to them off tracks, as we mentioned earlier on. So if you pick up one of them off tracks on one of your flying laps, it's going to put the drivers under a lot of pressure as well to make sure that the next one they try and get it in. So it's really important to get that banker lap in for that first lap. get your spotting sights at night, make sure you get that time on the board to beat straight away, and the next 2 laps you can push. If you get that off track on your first flying lap, it's a long time till you get back to the start finish, and you've only got 2 laps to do it. So, you know, it's quite important to make sure that you straight away get that banker lap in the bank, get that time on the board, and then the next 2 laps you can actually start accelerating and starting to take a little bit of risk, and then the third one you can just go for it. But you know, we may see some drivers here actually not set times, and the reason with that is because, like we said, this track is super sensitive when it comes to off track. We did see when we were watching the LMDH going around, the drivers use the whole of the track, including all of the runoff areas, and it's fine margins of getting a good lap through or getting that off track. So it's going to be interesting to see how this qualifying session pans out.
I think touching on the point there of the off tracks, if you get that on your first qualifying lap, it goes back to the idea of the mental aptitude for some of these drivers being forced into play, because it's a track where you have those, it's a tale of 2 halves. This track is, you have the tight twisty sections in the middle section, then you have this long camel straightaway where you're really focusing on that straight line speed, hitting about 190 miles an hour, going on the brakes, heading into the chicane at the end of the camel straightaway. Away. So it's a tale of 2 halves, this track, so it plays a little bit of a toll on you when it comes to just driving around this track and finding the way to like get into a groove. When it came to Jerez that we visited for the last round of this season back at the start of January, that's really a track where there's no real disproportionately long straightaways, there's no long flat out blasts. It's just a track where you're turning a vast majority of the time, very little room to rest, which is mentally taxing in its own regard, but you're really just in that tight twisty circuit kind of mindset, and you know what to do, you know how to keep the temperature in the tires. But at this track, especially towards the early stages of this race, when they're taking the green and trying to warm up those tires, we might see some drivers just weaving on those long straightaways just to keep temperature in their tires and trying to keep themselves in that mindset of being on a twisty circuit or being on a long circuit. There's just so many layers when it comes to what these drivers are thinking behind the wheel. Of course, us as commentators, we can't really put the viewers into the driver's shoes too well, but from my perspective, driving around this track, it feels like it certainly feels like a long drive, even if you're in like a Indy car or a Formula One car and you're lapping this track in like below 2:15. It still feels like a fairly long trip around this circuit. So it's a little bit of a mentally taxing one, especially for a race that's 4 hours long.
100%. I mean, it's 7 kilometers long, this track, so it's not one of those short tracks. Jerez, as we saw, was it's quite a short track, so the laps were just piling up. Easy to make a mistake, but easy to get back into that groove, like you were saying, and get onto the next lap. This track almost invites you in to sort of make them mistakes, make them little pesky off tracks. You know, get complacent within the track. As it progresses and goes in. Like you said, it starts off relatively straight coming down the Camel Straight, then goes into the tight twisty of 7, 8 and 9 into the Kuma Malmedy, and then opens out a little bit for Pouant, and then again through the campus section it draws you in and starts going a tight twisty technical section, and then it opens up again for Blochmont before you get to a very tricky chicane at the end. So it has that straights technical section, straights technical sections throughout the whole of this track for 2 minutes. You can see there the times are starting to come in now, a 1:57 for the LMDHs and a 2:16s for the GT3 track. So for the GT3 cars, it is a long lap. Even for the LMDH, you know, close to 2 minutes for one lap. It is a lengthy lap. So I'm expecting to see quite a few of the drivers maybe getting the drive-through penalties here for the 20 incident point level, and every 20 after that they get another one. So we may see a few drivers, and I think being the endurance pits, like I said earlier on, it's going to be the longest 40 seconds of their lives going through, and that's where the race can be won and lost. So, you know, the drivers have got to keep their concentration for their stints, and it's going to be interesting to see how many drivers these teams have. Are they going to just go with 2 drivers? Are they going to go with 3, or are they going to go with 4? You know, it's all the permutations of endurance racing, and then the other side of it, obviously you've got the driver in the car, but you've also got the spotter who needs to be telling him what's coming up, making sure that they hit the GT3 cars, the LMDH cars, hits the GT3 cars at the right points and not get tied up behind them whilst they're battling through, say, the end of the Kemmel Straight through 7, 8 and 9, because that's where you're going to really lose a lot of time, and we'll certainly see that in the LMDH timings as they come through. Going through the GT3 for the first time, they'll be quite close together at the start. As soon as they start hitting that GT3 class at the back, that's when we'll see the timings start to stretch out between the drivers, where some of them get caught up behind the GT3, and that's where your concentration is really going to be tested, because you'll be in that car fighting for a position in front of you. A GT3 car, you hit it at the wrong place and you lose all the timing. So you've got to keep your composure, because it normally goes in like a concertina effect, that the driver in front might hit a GT3 car at the wrong place and bring it back. So it's going to be all about the concentration here tonight, and certainly being a night race as well, that just adds the complicated factors of what these teams are going to do.
I think strained eyes and strained brains are really going to be the story of tonight's race. I think we've mentioned the word curveball about 15 times already, but it really is the best way to describe this. There's just so many twists and turns at this track, so many twists and turns for these drivers to negotiate just when it comes to strategy about how to warm up their tires, how to attack this race, how to attack the track, and how to attack their competitors. There's just so much that comes into it to try and win these endurance races, but right now we are in the qualifying session, and it's looking pretty good for some of the drivers up towards the front of the field. We're 8 minutes in to this qualifying session, so we're over halfway through. So it's really crunch time for a lot of these drivers to set in some competitive lap times. We're following now the Satellite Racing blue team of Paul Darling coming around, about to enter the final chicane. We'll see if he can set a really quick lap time here. He's about 0.4 of a second off of the sister car, the Satellite Racing teal team. The Satellite Racing blue team has gone, they've been dominant so far this season. They'll see if they can try and grab the pole position in this race. They do improve their time, but it's not enough, so they're going to be starting no better than second. That's actually, I wouldn't say it's a disappointment, because you still have a 4-hour race ahead of you and you're starting second so far. We'll see if they drop down the running order between now and the end of the session, but still, I think that's a little bit of a shock that the Satellite Racing teal team has jumped to have them in this qualifying session. As I said, the blue team have won every single race so far this season. They won in Daytona back in December, and they won at Jerez last time back in January, so we'll see how they do here at Spa. But it's looking good for that team, the teal and the blue cars starting on the front row now. We'll see if they can manage to hold on to that front row spot.
Yeah, it definitely is. And looking further down, the LMDH Sim HQ Motorsport Orange, after their great win out at Jerez, starting off where they left off on first place there in the amateurs. Over to GT3 Pope, Bear Pope Workers Union, currently currently leading the way by a considerable margin over OVRTK Team Grey there. It's unusual to see such a big gap there at the top of the GT3 standings, but I'm pretty sure that that is going to come down. The only car at the moment in the GT3 field in the 216s. The nearest one, as you can see, the D's Porsche Ramfarger Alta there in 2 minutes 17, and that's where the rest of the field pretty much are. So a flying lap there from Bear Pulp Workers Union, and then further back to the GT3 AM Direct Drive Motorsports, a 218 flat, extremely close there. Lunatic Racing had a great result out at Jerez last time out in this championship, so riding high, and we spoke to them guys, and it was quite enlightening speaking to them, because they were keeping themselves nice and clean throughout the race. They weren't really talked about a lot during the race, but when it came to the last quarter, last third of the race, they really put the head above the parapet, and they came out on top in that GT3 AM class. And you know, it was interesting speaking to them, saying, you know, how did you take that race? And he said, well, we just made sure that we were consistent, always there, making sure we hit our lines, keeping the lap times consistent. They weren't the fastest, but they certainly had that consistency, which in an endurance series, that's what you really want, and it really paid out for a man in the flat time.
Well, as they say, to finish first you have to finish. So I think that little bit of a conservative mindset, just trying to keep it clean, keep it on the track, and stay away from those incident points is going to play a massive role when it comes to trying to be up towards the front in the final hour of this race. So all these drivers are set in all their qualifying times. I don't think we have many other cars on track right now. All the pole positions are fairly set. The drivers up towards the front of all these fields have set in their qualifying times. We're following Gareth Earl in the UNDRTK, I guess it will be. Yeah, the UNDRTK Team 1. You can tell I'm great with my team pronunciations. He is currently running in 12th at a 220.016. A pretty okay lap from him, a little bit farther in the back of that field. I think it probably run about the same pace that I would be if I was in this session, which really shows the driving skill of myself. But I think right now, I think things are pretty much cooling off in this qualifying session. Only a few more drivers left to set in their qualifying time. So I think what we may do in the final 3 minutes of this qualifying session is maybe take a look at some of the championship standings that we actually know. You can see now the Precision team has managed to jump up into the pole position. That was very shocking. I was expecting the results to stay pretty much the same between now and the end of the session, but we now have a new pole sitter now, and it is it's Patch, if I can spit my words out here, Pat Pelchat there, who managed to set a 157.337. That's a very good lap from him. Came out of the blue to take the pole in the Acura. We'll see if that time holds on for him. That was very shocking. That came out of nowhere, Andy.
It certainly did, and I'm pretty sure this is their first race as well, so a great start to their entry into this championship. And the Satellite Racing Team, Teal and Blue Team, certainly first and second out last time, and Satellite Racing Teal Team won both of the last 2 races, so they're certainly the car to beat, and they've set down their gauntlet early on by getting that pole position. So it's going to be interesting to see what they can do in this race to really mix it up with the Satellite Racing Team, because they seem to be able to find a way of bridging the field within the first couple of laps and getting a sizable lead on there. The Satellite Racing Team Blue didn't have the best Daytona race, but certainly came on strong at Jerez, getting the 2nd place overall, which puts them 2nd place in the championship as well. So, you know, the 2 teams there are really going to work together at the front of the field, but now they've got a car at the front of the grid that's not one of their 2 teammates. So that's going to be an interesting start to the LMDH class.
Yeah, that is going to throw a big wrench in the works here, expecting that front row of those 2 teams just to kind of work together and really divide and conquer when it comes to the rest of the field. But now that they've had a car in front of them, that's going to throw a big wrench in the works of whatever strategy they had cooked up at the start of this race. We'll see how they attack the start, whether they try and take it a little bit cleanly or just try and swamp the car in front of them and try and push them back very early on in this race. I gotta wonder how hard these drivers are going to attack the first lap of this race. Where we can see Blake Reynolds attacking one of the final corners. That was a fantastic save there. A little bit more sideways action. Those tires are not very happy on that Cadillac. That is for darn sure. So I think Yeah, not too much long left in this session, about a half a minute. So these drivers are really, it's crunch time for all these drivers to set in a good time. I don't think Blake Reynolds is going to improve in this Penguin RC simulation Cadillac. Another big, I think that was a little bit of a lockup heading into the corner, and he is pulled into the pit. So not going to be an improvement from him. He will be starting this race likely in ninth unless we see another shocking improvement. I don't think we will. I believe all the other drivers are currently in the pits now, so I believe qualifying is officially over, and it's a shock result. I was expecting it to be a fairly cut and dry deal there, but I'm very
But I mean, that's really what you didn't want to happen in the opening lap here. But looking at, after all, well, certainly when I said there was an orange zone up until turn number 9 of the Coons, there has been a few incidents. I'm pretty sure we will have a look back at some of them. But looking at the moment at Luke Smoker from OVRTK Team Racing Red, currently in 8th place overall there as he comes down. But pretty much a relatively easy start at the front of the LMDH managing to keep that pole position they started. Satellite Racing team as they come around for the first completed lap on the tails. Oh, what's happened there with Satellite Racing Blue? They have piled down the timing order there, and they are currently last in that LMDH Pro category, so a bit of a mistake there from the Satellite Racing Blue team, which is pretty much, I think they did the same out in Europe as well, but managed to fight them way back. Interesting to see now what happens there, but an uncharacteristic mistake from the Satellite Racing Team Blue team there to lose that third place in the opening lap. Looking further back at the LMDH AMPs, it's the Morris M Squad deliveries on the tail end of the LMDH AM team. They dropped off the pace a little bit, 25 seconds behind the car in 8th place, the Goldberg Ground team. At the top of your GT3 Pro is the OVRTK White team at the moment, and as expected, you know, all still quite tight, all still quite compact out on track with these GT3 cars, and it's going to be interesting when the LMDH cars do finally come back around, as we see there a bit of side by side coming at the end of the Camel Straight. We're going to see that a lot here today in this race, certainly with that overtaking opportunity with that slipstream effect down the Camel Straight that's being drawn. Haven't really discussed, but in these GT3 cars it normally is quite a strong effect, that slipstream, so I expect to see quite a few of the cars diving into the cars. So it's going to be quite tight and quite compact, but it's going to be interesting that, like I said, when them LMDH cars come around to overtake the GT3 cars for the very first time, it's going to be a tight affair of what actually happens and who's the winner and loser at the LMDH field. But it's going to be interesting at the top, where we can see, you know, Precision Racing Esports still extending the gap slightly over Satellite Racing Team, 0.7 of a second, but still very much early into this race, 4 minutes into a 4-hour race. So these two starting to pull away in the Obsidian Racing future. Let's have a little catchback on a few of these crashes. Was playing a bit of tomfoolery here. It's like that's cool. There's a bit of an issue with the replays there, not showing through there. So looking back at the OVRTK currently in 5th place in GT3 AMP. Look at that, that is a big pileup coming in through turn number 8 Malbody, which is so easy to do in these cars. I think this is the same incident here coming up. Let's have a look on board with Mark Johnson, see what happened. And wow, did he actually manage to get through that? I mean, that was an amazing bit of driving, you know, And I suppose that's one of the things when you see incident in front of you, that back off the panel and try to get through there. Let's have a look at Scott Kelly, see what happened to him coming through Poo Army here.
I think this is a replay heading into the bus stop chicane. That was a very dramatic start there. I was having some technical issues all throughout all that, but I saw a lot of cars spinning all across the track. I also saw at the start there's a Porsche spinning wildly through a Rouge, which would explain the 4 black streaks of tire marks. Oh my god, that could have ended in absolute disaster there for the Penguin RC Simulation Team Magma there. Heading into the bus stop chicane, that was very close to contact, heading onto the brakes there into that corner. But with all that chaos, it's still been fairly close between the Precision Racing Esports team and the Satellite Racing Teal team. They're still separated by about half a second right now. So pretty close stuff, even though we had a lot of chaos farther behind. A lot of these drivers already seeing the red mist, even though we're only 5 minutes into about, well, actually 6.5 minutes now into a 4-hour race. All these drivers starting to feel a little bit antsy at the start.
Yeah, it definitely is, but you can sort of see the top two, how much of a gap. We've got a 6-second gap over the Obsidian Racing Future in third place, so those two are certainly the ones to watch, as we're currently watching the Satellite Racing Team Poo from Paul Dylan, who's normally a very good driver, had a slight incident that really put pay to him, was in third on the starting grid, but you can see him there, currently down in 9th place, so has a job to do again, trying to fight his way back, but currently in P9, so managed to take a couple of positions on the next 2 cars in front of but certainly the front 2 in that LMDH row field are starting to stretch their legs, should we say, even in this early stage. We normally see Satellite Racing Teal make that leap, but it certainly looks like Precision Racing Esports has managed to make that leap with them. So it's going to be interesting to see how Satellite Racing Teal adapts, because they're not normally used to this. They normally get out front, stay out front, and then just build on the lead. So it's going to be interesting of what Max Muir does in the Satellite Racing Teal, being in second place and just following Precision Racing Esports team. So it's certainly game on between these two.
I gotta imagine that it may, I mean, it's so long left in this race, it may be a little bit ill-advised to go for an early move this very early on into this race, but I feel like if I were behind the wheel of this driver running in P2, if I were Max Muir right now, I may try and go for a move early just to try and stretch my legs up towards the front, build a gap. Maybe I would wait until the lap traffic gets involved, because I think these drivers are catching up to the lap traffic. It wouldn't be shocking if they actually catch them up next time by. We are already 5 laps into this race, so with a pretty big pace gap between the GTPs and the GT3s, it wouldn't be too shocking if these drivers grab onto those lap cars right away. That'd be a very quick start and a very big curveball already thrown at some of these drivers. So I think that may be the time to pounce if you're the Satellite Racing Team Teal drivers. But meanwhile, we're following the LMDH AM fight. You can see now Ray Kingsbury running 14th in the pro category, actually running behind the AM leader. That is a Sim HQ Motorsports Orange team there, running at the front of that second gap between themselves and the Dog Bear Bark team. So pretty spread out there in the LMDH category. I say spread out, it's about 1.3 seconds, still much closer than any racing that you'd see in the world of Formula 1, but compared to the fights that we have here in GT3, it's incredibly spread out here. GT3 Pro separated by about a half a second. It's teetering around the 0.3 of a second to 0.6 of a second barrier, so fairly close. Then in GT3 AM, it's about 0.3 of a second separating those two drivers, so really close stuff here in the GT categories as the LMDHs prepare to hit this traffic.
Yeah, so there seems to be a flavour going on with all the classes apart from the GT3 AM. The front 2 is starting to sort of peel away from the rest of the H&M classes. But certainly in the GT3 AM, you can see there just the Lunatic Racing managing to take the lead of the GT3 AM class there, just overtaking Direct Drive Motorsports, 0.2 of a second. So you can see third place is only 0.3 of a second back pain and ice drain behind the Direct Drive Motorsports team. So that GT3 AM field is super compact on there. I was wondering if we could get the map up, Josh, just to show where the LMDHs are in comparison to the GT3, so you can sort of see when all the actions are. And you can sort of see now the blue colour and the dark black colour of the LMDHs are really starting to now get into the mix of that GT3 class, coming through the GT3 AMs and fastly approaching that congested part of the track you can see there at the end of the Camel Straight. You know, and that's going to be a tricky part now for these LMDHs to try and make the overtaking move down here, as we're riding on board here with Pat Pelchamp here in first place at the moment. You know, and it's just trying to feed your way through these GT3 cars and being patient. You know, you're also relying on a lot of the GT3 cars giving you that little bit of space. It's going to be interesting to hear what he does. He backs out of it, just gives that, just darts down the middle. Is that BMW, Mercedes just gave him enough space on the outside there, but making good work here, Pat, of trying to get through the GT3 field. Very tricky part of the track. Probably wishes he didn't get the GT3 field at this portion of the track and on the straights, but making really good work at the moment. And I'm just having a look to see what a Saturday Racing Team Max Mir behind him is, and you can see there very closely following him behind. So both of these top two drivers have not lost much time getting through that GT3 field.
Gotta imagine Max Muir and that Satellite Racing Teal team, with how dominant they've been so far this season, they may have a bit more experience with dealing with this lap traffic, so I think that might have been the reason why that gap is cratered. As they've come through the traffic, we'll see heading into La Source here, that's going to be some tense stuff. There it is, some tense stuff here farther in the back of the LMDH Pro category. You can see three Cadillacs all separated by barely an air right now, so you can see them battling hard coming through the chicane. They're nearly going three wide with a lap car heading into the bus stop. Well, I guess it's not really the bus stop anymore. It's a bus stop in name, not bus stop in nature. Heading into turn one, very, very slow section of this track. Easy to make a mistake. We've already seen drivers spin off there already, but all these drivers are hitting the lap traffic, having to navigate it, going through Eau Rouge. We're going to see some bold moves here. You got to be bold, but you got to be firm, and you also have to be smart when dealing with the lap traffic at a track like this, which is fairly narrow in nature with not a whole lot of runoff area to speak of. So these drivers really have to be patient. I think patience is a warrior's best virtue. I believe that was a quote from Sun Tzu, The Art of War, and I think that'll definitely play havoc when it comes to these drivers. They need to be patient with dealing with this lap traffic. They have to realize that just flashing their headlights at these drivers is probably going to make them want to get out of the way less than if they just kept it clean, kept it calm, and tried to be a bit patient with these GT3 cars. So you can see it's just a hornet's nest here with the GT3s and the GTPs. Is some very hard stuff here, and we're about 12, actually 13 minutes now into this race. It's some hectic stuff already.
I mean, if you're in a GT3 car, you're just seeing lights, a mass behind you. It's just an absolute nightmare scenario for the GT3 cars coming through that tight little twisty section, because there's only really one line if you were normally on the racing line, which is always the inside line, and you can sort of see it all the way from the Camel Straight to where we're watching them at the moment coming through turns 13 and 14, the campus section. It's just crazy that how compact this field is. Relatively all the LMDH cars are pretty cool, compact. All the rest of the field is quite compact. So, you know, it's quite amazing that we didn't have a pile up there, because it was just cars moving left, moving right, trying to dive down the inside, trying to give room on the outside, and it's just an insane amount of traffic moving. And that's where you know, that's where the spotters really make their money there, as we see the Olympus Esports team. I think that's a anchor on the brakes there to not go into the back of one of the GT3 cars. You can see him in the background there behind that GT3 car, but there he is. Christopher Stephenson in car number 14 lost a little bit of time there due to that having to put the brakes on, and unfortunately you're going to get the cars moving left, moving right, and like I said, you're relying on the GT3 cars to make the bold move to be able to tell you, but when you've got LMDH cars all around you, you probably get a bit, you know, deer in a headline moment, thinking, where can I go now? And you know, I'm really surprised that we didn't have at least one incident in that whole last minute and a half of the LMDH cars just trying to get past the GT3s. I think they just let them all pass as we come down here through to the end of the Camel Straight. We'll just see how quickly them LMDH cars close on the GT3 under braking, and very easily for a GT3 car to get caught out by an LMDH car going that way. You can just see it just diving down the inside, trying not to lose a little bit of time, but that's where the sort of little mistakes can start to creep in. I think the GT3 field at the moment are doing a fantastic job I'm not causing an incident with these LMDHs and giving them the space that they need to do. They know their race is going to come between themselves because everybody's losing the time with these LMDH cars just driving down the inside, you know, going off the racing line, losing a bit of speed. So you're going to let them through, see where it all pays out, and then basically goes in.
There's going to be there's a replay of Scott Kennedy going off. I unfortunately have a completely blank screen right now, so I don't know what happened, but I can imagine we're going to see a Porsche spinning wildly out of control here.
No, he just went into the pits for some strange reason. I did see, what car is he? He's on the 19, so I thought, I'm just a bit strange as to why he actually came into the pits then. There was no car in front of him, so it's strange. I mean, I did see a car, I think, just before he came up, spinning it at the bus stop. Okay, there's slight little movement into the saucer, an extremely tight right-hander, and went out extremely wide, and unfortunately couldn't keep that car. But looking back at the GT3 AM, we've got Lunatic Racing after their great win at Jerez. Currently leading the way in that GT3 Anfield, but not that far ahead of Back Pain and Eye Strain Racing Team. So I remember speaking to these guys in season 2 and asked them where they came up with that name, and they're all of the older generation, around about my age, around about 40s, and they said, well, sitting in an iRacing chair for like 2-3 hours, you start getting eye strain and your back starts killing you. So when we were coming up with a name, we thought, well, we all get that, so let's call ourselves out. So that's why they're called the team Back Pain and Eye Strain, which I think is very apt in an endurance race. But they're currently in second place, doing really well at the moment. I'm just looking down the championship to see where they are. They are sort of mid-pack. They had a great race out at Jerez last time, coming in 4th overall. So they're on flying high at the moment. Had a bit of a poor round in Daytona, but certainly starting to move back up the ranking. Looking further up the field, so we've got this battle here for second in the GT3 Pro. We'll overtake Team Wipe and Team Bear Pope Endurance, managing to make the movement. And unfortunately, he does take that rather wide at Pouon and actually hits. I think that back left tyre is bent. Yeah, there you go. He is now crabbing round Pouon. I don't think.
I think there was contact before that.
Yeah, I think he said. Let's have a look.
I think I saw at the corner of my eye, there's a Cadillac there. I think this might be it here. We're going into, I guess it's no-name corner here. Yeah, that was a little bit of impatience showing from that Cadillac to go for a really overly ambitious move heading into that corner. Wrecks both of their cars. Definitely the Cadillac backed it into the barrier. That could have been the reason why I saw that Cadillac crabbing there, but then just a little bit of damage there on the Overtake Team White Team car, and sadly just heading into Pouon. It ended in absolute tears for the both of them, but that patience that we were talking about is really showing these drivers are feeling a little bit more impatient, going for some bolder moves. But these drivers have to remember, we're only 18 minutes and 40 seconds into this 4-hour race, so these drivers just need to keep it patient, but at the same time they do see, hey, this field is as close as it's ever going to be. They really need to, they're just thinking like, hey, at this stage of the race, it's really important to try and gain position while you still can. But with all that lap traffic chaos, I've been looking at this. The GT3 Pro category, they're separated by 10.5 seconds. I feel like it wasn't very long ago when they were separated by, it was about 0.3 of a second separating them in the early stages of this race. Now they're separated by over 10. So that just shows you how hectic the GT fights become whenever you have the lap traffic involved. That's really stunning there at the front of the GT3 Pro category.
Yeah, he's making a real good. It's a Team Bear Pope team at the front, and that's you get some really big winners and some losers as we look on board with Finch and Mars here at Back Pain and Eye Strain, looking at the back end of the Lunatic Racing Team. So these two at the moment got around about a 2.3 second gap to the Direct Drive Motorsports, who were the leaders of this GT3 AM, and starting to fall back slightly. These two starting to get out in front in that GT3 AM. But like I said about the Lunatic Racing Team is, you know, they very consistent, very methodical about how they look at their lap times. You know, one of the things we haven't talked about as well is with this championship, the tyres are a factor. The LMDHs get 5 sets of tyres, including the ones they start with in this race. But we've GT3s only get 2 sets of tyres. So the set of tyres that they currently have on the road, one more set of tyres. Now, with the new iRacing model of the tyres, an hour is probably the maximum limit of the tyres that you're going to have. So, you know, you're going to have to do a 2-hour stint. So you're going to have to watch, certainly after that hour, if you're double stinting in them GT3 cars, of the difference in performance from the tyres from when you first started. So that's going to be a factor, certainly in the GT3 car, and certainly if you've got the LMDHs trying to overtake you, you've just got to take that into account and just be a little bit more cautious, certainly when you're getting towards the end of the life of them tyres. And it's going to be interesting how they go around it, Rob. Are they going to try to say, right, let's do 3 hours on a set of tyres, see how we get on, and then the last hour we can really push there. So we can see there we have a stop-go penalty for overtake Gray for failure to lock brakes. Okay. Yes, he failed to stop the car and go back into there. So that's another part of this championship that's really good. You've got live stewarding, so there's that overtake white team. Have got that long, lonely 40-second trudge down the start-finish as a stop-go penalty has been applied for them. There's still more incidents being reviewed. I mean, we did see quite a few incidents. That one that we saw down Malmedy and the Coombs turn 7 and 8 with the GT3 cars caused a little bit of a mayhem. You know, the Olympus one that we just saw with the GT3 that sort of crabbing in effect. But I suppose that's very much squeezing there for Paul Darling, the Saturn Racing Team Blue on his CMS Racing Pro Cameron Bacon, getting the move done. Got that inside line now coming into the source. There's another position made up for that Satellite Racing Team. They started off, bear in mind, in 3rd place. Had an incident. It might be worth seeing if we can, Josh, see what actually happened to them, because that was sort of like a fall from grace from them. They went from sort of 3rd and flying high to right to the back of the pros, as you can see there, looking back at the CMSRacing.com pro team who managed to get that move done coming down the Coombe. But is Saturday Racing Team going to have that inside line from here? No, they back out into the corner. I mean, that's just the power of that slipstream coming up through Radion and El Rouge and then coming down the Camel Straight. If you're close enough to the car behind, you're going to be able to make that move. But Paul Darling there trying to gain back the lost time that he caused by losing after reposing. Let's have a look. Josh has found an incident with Paul. I think it was a while ago, so hopefully this is the incident of how he managed to lose a lot of time here. Let's have a look. Doesn't seem to be it, but he was in 3rd place, so there has been an incident where he's lost a lot of time here. He's gone from 3rd to the back end of that pro field. So let's have a look. Yeah, that's my base. So this is coming through. Oh, now so that's the source. He is currently. Is it through Radon and Rouge? The next one quite possibly could be that slow down. You can see the cars behind him all. Does he cut that corner? Doesn't seem to be cutting it much. Not sure how he lost all of that time. He was up to see the cars in front of him.
Could have been lap traffic. That could have been the reason why I dropped back like a rock. Maybe just got caught out badly by lap traffic, maybe?
I'm sure, but I mean, if you're going 3rd and then all the way at the back within the space of, what, 5 seconds? Another 4, let's see. Not sure. It's one of them life's mysteries that we always want to know, but we never normally know. But I'm sure Josh will keep looking to see if we can find it. But obviously started out this race in 3rd and unfortunately trying now to fight his way back to the front of the grid. Doing well at the moment, currently finds himself up in 7th, was down in 13th. So trying to make a comeback here. Still, I suppose that's the beauty, Ron, isn't it, when you're doing this team endurance racing, is if you make a mistake, you've got time to make it back. You know, we're only 25 minutes into a 4-hour race, so there's still plenty of time. There's no need to go gung-ho at this early stage. Just keep your times consistent. Make sure you try and take the traffic and not cause yourself any risk, because a slight little bit of damage, because it doesn't take a lot to damage these cars as well, can really put pay to your work. So at the moment, you know, you just need to make sure he calmly takes it around, but make sure that he's still above the pace of the drivers around him, which he seems to be at the moment.
Yeah, that's a good thing about these endurance races. You just have so much time, but it still stings to have a incident or some kind of accident, whatever it may be, whether it be an incident point, whether it be a drive-through penalty, a slowdown, whatever it may be, just to have an incident that costs you a lot of time towards the start of these races really stings, because if it's one really, like if it's a drive-through, for instance, that we saw another driver get earlier, a few moments ago when the steward's inquiry came up, just having that slowdown and having that drive-through and being dropped back like a rock through the field, it feels like it snowballs all throughout the race. As long as you keep control of it, it won't snowball. But if you're a little bit reckless when it comes to how you approach this first part of the race, it can snowball and it can just turn into an utter nightmare of a race. So it's really all about maintaining yourself, maintaining that right frame of mind to be like, hey, this is an endurance race. There's still so much left to play for. There's so much left at stake. The fact that we can't really get into too many accidents, not have too much damage on our race car at the early stages of this race. There's just so much that comes into trying to be up at the front of these races, but picking up a slowdown at the early stages is not what those drivers had in mind.
Yeah, it looks like a change in leadership at the front of the NDH Pro there. Satellite Racing Teal has managed to jump a little bit of a gap over the Precision Racing Esports team to the tune of 3 seconds. So not sure if there's been an incident there with the Precision Racing Esports, or if it's just another cause and effect of the GT3 traffic getting caught up in the battle. We just saw there. Let's have a look at the pass that Satellite Racing managed to get on Precision Racing Esports. Coming down, it looks like there's a few GT3 cars here coming in at the end of the Camel Straight, managing to get the move done on the outside, getting the inside there into Malmedy, and there's a spin there, and that's exactly, great bit of skill there from the Precision Racing Esport driver. BF extremely furious with that, losing all that time, but a great recovery. Let's have a look on board from Pat, see what he was actually looking at when he was coming down. He was literally out in front. Then you saw the Satellite Racing just to his left coming through there. You just see his wheel on the outside. Let's have the inside there. Just looking in front, and great reaction times there from Pat to be able to just take off the field. And I suppose that's the frustrating thing about iRacing, isn't it? Because he would have got an incident point for going off track there, when completely not is doing there. But a great bit of skill there for Pat, and now he has to try and get the time back. It's going to be quite hard, because those two are matching each other lap for lap, so the gap is going on 3.8, and it just shows how quickly the time can jump when you get mixed up in the GT3 field. That was obviously nothing to do with Pat, and that was unfortunate, but great bit of driving skill to be able to avoid the GT3 cars to be hit. Nothing that had been race ending. Still managing to go well out there in second, 3.2 behind the leader, Satellite Racing Teal, and 5 seconds ahead of Obsidian Racing Future in third place. So in a bit of no man's land at the moment is Precision Racing Esports. It's now down to the team. Calm him down after that, just pep him up and say the track is all yours. You can go on and try and chase him down. But again, still just about to reach the half-hour mark here at the race, but still a long way to go in this race, and anything can happen.
And we're only an eighth of the way, well, not even an eighth of the way into this race, and there's still so much left to grab here between now and the checkered flag. I gotta imagine if you're Pat behind the wheel of the Precision Racing Esports car, you gotta hope and pray that the Satellite Racing Teal team gets caught up in some kind of incident when they approach lap traffic this time by. I will say that quick little, I guess for the GT cars, well, the GTPs I should say, it's really just heaven on earth when you have a few laps just all by yourself where you don't have to worry about lap traffic. But now as this field slowly stretches out, really we have a car basically on every corner of the track, at every single moment. It's leading to all these drivers catching the lap traffic at a much quicker rate, as it feels like, behind the wheel. So really, I don't even think you can have a lap of just clean, not being involved in any lap traffic at this stage, with how far out the spread, how spread out the field has been thus far into this race. I gotta imagine that just being the driver to negotiate the lap traffic the best is going to be what wins you this race, or at least keeps you up in the front before we hit the final hour and a half of this race. That's going to be pretty important, just negotiating that lap traffic. And it goes back to the point I mentioned a little bit earlier, how I feel like the Satellite Racing Teal team, having won the 2 races so far this season, they might feel a little bit more confident in going through the lap traffic, just because they've been at the front, they've been winning these races, they've been having to deal with the lap traffic the most in these. So that could be the reason why they're extending that gap and managed to read the accident that happened with those GT3 cars quite well and just slip by the both of them and manage to grab the overall lead. So that could be the reason why just having a bit more experience with dealing with that lap traffic could play dividends when it comes to trying to be at the front of this race.
Yeah, it definitely is. Satellite Racing obviously won out in season 1, didn't enter into season 2, but have come back into season 3 and pretty much set their stall off exactly the way they ended the first season, winning the opening 2 races and finds himself in this. We've got a drive-through penalty for pair bump endurance for accidental contact. So just having a look to see where they are. They are currently second in the GT3 Pro category, so they won't be happy with a 40-second drive-through penalty. So that's going to put them all the way down to 8th place overall when they finally get through that drive-through penalty. So that team will not be happy. Let's have a look at the incident and see why they have been given a drive-through penalty. Might have caused a slight bit of contact and some other driver around, but there we go. Yeah, just nudged that Porsche a little bit, spun the driver out, and unfortunately that's caused the penalty. But we can see them now coming through. Carl Sketchy actually coming through the pits, and you know the pain that driver must feel coming down here. I mean, obviously, if it was the GP, he'll be pulling in now, getting his tyres done, and straight ahead and going back out on track. But no, it's that extended all the way down the start-finish straight, making this turn here at the source before going right down to the pit box, start to finish. Is just must seem endless. You can see him there currently in 7th place from 3rd place in that GT3 pole. Still continuing, not even hit the pits yet, and currently coming into the pit lanes. You can see where he needs to go. It's just endless, this pit lane. I mean, it's got to be the worst track in the calendar for the drive-through penalty to occur.
It's just painful. Riding on board still hasn't hit the pit lane limit. We're going to see him hit it right now. I think next time we have a slowdown, or a drive-through, my apologies, I think we should just sit here in silence and just appreciate how long it is just going through that pits. That was 1 minute and 6 seconds, 1 minute 6.9, so we'll call it 1 minute 7. 1 minute 7 of a penalty dropped him like a rock. He was running P2 in class, now running P8. Well, I wouldn't say hopelessly out of contention, because we still have so much left to go in this race, but now, oh, it was painful, absolutely torturous to have to sit through that. And just, you gotta imagine, I mean, from our perspective, we're listening to the engine sounds, we're listening to each other talk, we're listening to our producer just groan in pain, knowing the pain of going through the long pit lane trying to serve a drive-through. But just, if you're from the driver's perspective, hearing your competitors just buzz by on the left-hand side of your screen, hearing the competitors buzz by, seeing the headlights buzz through Eau Rouge, buzz through La Source, buzz through the first section of this lap, and you're just sitting there in silence listening to that engine on the pit limiter. It is torturous. I think if there was like a perfect sim racing form of torture, I think a drive-through penalty at this track is that form of torture, because there's nothing more tragic and painful than having to serve a drive-through penalty at this track with a massive pit lane. I think there was a car spun off there on the grass. I'm not sure what in the world happened there. I think they've managed to regain that. I'm not sure if, I believe that was a GT car. I'm not sure who exactly that was. That was a spin, very similar to the spin that we saw just pick up a drive-through penalty. So I think we're getting a very quick replay to see who that might have been. That's actually Chris Braun here heading into one here. This is another incident that occurred. This might be a quick little spin, I believe. Actually, yeah, just slowed down a little bit there. Not the best run for him. That's Jack Chrisley there that had that spin. Oh, another stop-go penalty for Valhalla Motorsports for an incident that happened there. But this is be very careful on the rejoin. Okay, thank God there wasn't any sort of incident there. But We Too Fast slowed down quite a lot there after that spin. I'm not sure what caused that. Might have been just a single car accident, but very unfortunate to have an incident like that. And thankfully, there wasn't too much traffic. Otherwise, if they were stopped on the side of the track, waiting for all that traffic to buzz by, it would have felt like a century just being stopped there waiting to rejoin the racing surface. So a lot of drivers getting caught out fairly early on into this race.
Yeah, you're in the hands of the spin god, aren't you, when you're spinning? And We Too Fast Racing came off quite lightly there, had a little bit of spin, didn't make any contact with any walls, and it can be quite forgiving, that this track, that you can get away with it, and luckily he was able to get back out on track and keep going. But Ken Courtney of Delta Sim Tech here, currently promoted up to third overall after that excruciating drive-through penalty there from Bear Pope Enduro. Currently down in P8, but extremely close at the top from second, third, fourth, fifth, all in a line that we're currently watching on the screen. I mean, Bear Pope Workers Union have seemed to have hit the NOS button and the afterburners. 20.8 seconds at the moment ahead of this field in the Ferrari, so driving like a dream is Michael Hooper. I do know him personally, and he's an extremely quick GT3 driver, so it's going to be interesting to see who pops into the car after Michael to take the canter, but he's certainly going to be given a sizable lead over on there as we see Valhalla Motorsports doing another drive-through penalty. It must be even worse in the LMDA trees doing this drive-through penalty, considering the speeds that these cars actually can go at, and trying to go around. We haven't got any invoice comms with the driver. Driver singing himself a little tune as he makes his merry way down the pit lane, or has a bit of Radio 2 on for just trying to chill him out. But it's got to be super frustrating when you get that drive-through penalty and knowing it's this track and knowing it's the endurance pit, thinking, looking all the way through is painful. And we saw it, 1 minute and 7 seconds is that. This is actually a stop-go penalty that he has to serve. So he'll come into his pit, stop, and then he should be able to go. No, looks like he's having a pit, so he might have to serve his stop-go again. If I'm pretty sure as a stop-go you are not able to do the pit still within that penalty, so it may be that he has to come back and his penalty.
I think it's just a very long stop and go here. We'll see how long it takes for him to get out of the box. We're going to replay. I believe this is the incident that caused it here, if I'm not mistaken.
On his own. I mean, I suppose that's the thing with this track as well. You know, it's so easy to get caught out, and it's what you were mentioning before, Ron, about getting complacent. This track draws you into get a little bit of complacent. You overstep, put a bit too much power on the accelerator going around certain corners, and it's so easy to do a spin. It's you know, it's one of them tracks that sort of does it, as we watch in the Valhalla come out, just going squeezing that GT3 there around turn number 9, and I suppose that's another topic of conversation there on what would you rather be, in one of these LMDH cars or in a GT3 car?
Ooh, that's a very tough question. I would have to side with running in an LMDH car just for the simple sake that I feel like I'm a much more proficient prototype driver than I am in a GT3 car. I've driven GT3s, and I don't know, maybe it's just my driving style. Speaking of GT3s, I think there's one spun off there on the inside of Puan, but I'm not really a good GT3 driver, so I think I would more side with the LMDHs. But there's just different challenges that you have. Of course, when I was hearing you talk earlier about how these GT3 drivers only have 2 sets of tires allocated for themselves in a whole race, as we nearly saw a stack-up crash there happen with lap traffic involved with that Valhalla team, just hearing the fact that some of these all the GT3 drivers only have 2 sets of tires, the ones they start with, and 1 tire change throughout this 4-hour race. I heard that, and maybe it's just my open-wheeler kind of mindset, but I heard that, and I just, like, every fiber in my being, it felt like I was being electrocuted when I heard that, because I'm like, 2 sets of tires for 4 hours. Are you out of your mind? Because I understand fully well. I mean, I think a lot of the viewers and people that are familiar with endurance racing in real life and the sim know that these endurance racing tires are extremely tough. They take a considerable beating, but it's still quite a long amount of time to put on those tires. A lot of torture going into those tires at a track like this, where there's I think the first year I ever watched Formula 1 was 2015, where they had the massive tire scandal there, where the tires were just popping and exploding left, right, and center. So the fact that these drivers are going to be running about 2 hours, as you said, that maybe even 3, trying to have a very short final stint and being able to have fresh tires towards the end, just still having more than about an hour and a half on 1 set of tires just feels like a form of medieval torture to me. So I think I would probably choose the prototypes if I were behind the wheel.
Fair point. I'd be the same. I'd like to be an LMDH because you master your own destiny. You're the one that's making the moves. You got the power to make the moves on there. So it's a heavy reliance on the GT3 as we watch one of the cars go slightly wrong. CMHQ Motorsport White. Robin Shear, they're coming into a bit of a cropper, coming out of the Kemmel Straight into turn number 8, hitting the wall. As we see, just going to try and be inside. Is there a little contact on the no, he just went a little bit too much and got the snake on at the exit of turn number 7, and unfortunately couldn't recover it. Probably only minor damage. Luckily, the drivers do have fast repairs in this series, which is one of the things I actually love about this. It's one of the, I suppose, the frustrating things about the official iRacing 24-hour events. There's no fast repairs, so as soon as you have an incident, it's almost, that's it, race over, end of the day, you might as well give up, and that's what you see. We've got currently 55 cars still going around the track, and I guarantee we will not lose that many cars towards the end of this race, but and that's probably down to the fast repairs. But I suppose the other side of the fast repairs, Ron, is, and one of the schoolboy error mistakes that some people, and I've done it myself, is that I've got a fast repair in the bank, haven't unticked it, gone into the pits for my pit stop, and then realised that it's used to come in after I've had an incident and thinking to myself, why am I not getting a quick fast repair? And it's repaired the slight minor damage you've come in. So, that's one of the things that the drivers, and I'm pretty sure the team will be saying to them, make sure your fast repairs off if you've got no damage so we don't use it, and bits and pieces of that. But it's certainly going to be interesting. We're currently watching the CMHQ Motorsport Red having a bit of a battle here with the Team FFSR Venom team with Roberto trying to get in as we've got oh no, Satellite Racing Team Blue has got a drive-through, so their race goes from bad to worse, not only losing their positions at the start of the race from third place to the back, making their way up through. They now have a drive-through penalty, the excruciating 1 minute and 7 second drive-through penalty, so pretty much for them to get onto the podium now is going to be a tall order.
Yeah, that is pretty much a race killer here at this early stage. They'll definitely go a lap down to their sister car, the Satellite Racing Team Teal team there, running at the front. Oh, we can see some hard racing here, a little bit of RG-bargy action. There might have been a little contact going out of Puan there, but I think what we may do is we may have to follow the Satellite Racing Blue car as it trundles down the pit lane once again, just really savor the pain. Actually, no, I can see the drivers up towards the front of the LMDH Pro category have now come into the pits. So you can see that maybe a little bit much on my end, or they're actually in the pits here. I believe the Satellite Racing Team Teal and the Precision Racing Esports drivers have both come into the pits, giving the lead to the Obsidian Racing Future BMW there. So you can see the interesting strategies already developing. This seems like a little bit early to come into the pits, but yes, they already are in. You can see Max Muir having to wait for, feels like forever, to actually get into his pit stall. All these LMDHs are in this section of the pits, the endurance section of the pits, and you can see now Paul going in his long trundled down pit road. Thankfully, he's not alone in this, so you can see he can hear some of the other prototypes banging that pit limiter, but still equally as frustrating just having to go down the pits at what feels like a snail's pace. You're used to that 190-mile-an-hour pace of these prototypes, so to be just stuck here going down the pits, going down basically an alleyway, this section feels like it's so painful. So thankfully all these drivers are coming in now, so it doesn't feel as bad as it feels going down all by himself, but it's still equally as torturous having to serve that drive-through penalty. But the pit stops have come with us. I think it's an early call to come in the pits. All these drivers are stopped in their box. We'll see who escapes with the lead. Currently it's the Obsidian Racing Future driver that we'll have to see if they come into the pits in a few moments time. But we'll see between the Precision Racing Esports team and the Satellite Team Teal is actually already exited out of the pits, or they're going to be they're going to be holding on to the net lead of the race. We'll see Precision Racing Esports is exiting now, so I think they might a much slower time in the pits, about 5.2 seconds or slower during that pit sequence. So I gotta wonder if their position in P2 is at risk for some of the drivers that stayed out.
It certainly is. I mean, obviously the fuel has been limited to 94% of a maximum tank for both the GT3 and NMDHs, so probably around about 45 minutes is probably round about right for that, as we see the Obsidian Racing Future team coming into the pit lane with Penguin RC Simulation Carbon as well. So a couple of the teams managing to eke out that extra lap in this race, and that may be telling towards the end of the race. You know, will drivers have to come in for a splash and dash, because that is going to be frantically looked at from the team, because a splash and dash at a normal pit is not too bad. You're not losing a lot of time, but here at Spa with the endurance pits, as we already know, it's 1 minute and 7 seconds. So if you need a splash and dash at the end of the race, you've pretty much races over. 3 or 4 seconds are going to be spot. So, you know, you're talking 1 minute and 20 seconds, and you can see the timers on the timers are on the left-hand side. You know, there's not that much of a gap between all the dashes. So if you find you have to do a splash and dash at the end, then you really are going to find yourself maybe at the front of the field towards the back end of the field. So, you know, it's the tactics of the drivers and the teams of how they're going to do their pit stops, how they're going to fuel save to make sure their last stint when they fill the tank up, you see them to the end of the race, is going to be all telling when it comes to the final half an hour of this race. So that's going to be super interesting. But talking again back to the GT3 Pro with the tyres, not only, like you said, in Medieval, which I thought was a really good way of putting it there, Ron, but also if you've had a spin in your GT3, that's going to promote the wear on that tyre as well. So, you know, you've got to be able to be smooth, consistent, not putting too much pressure through the tyres. If you're going to do them 3-hour stints, that's going to be a tall order. I mean, before iRacing did the tyre updates, it was not feasible to do 4 stints in an endurance race on the same set of tyres. But since they've introduced a new tyre model, you can't do that anymore. You know, the maximum you can do is 2. So, and even then, by the end of it, the tyres are pretty much shot. And if you've had a spin, or you know, you've overextended the life of the tyres, it's going to be a bit hair-raising towards the end of your stint when you come into handover. So you may see a lot of the GT3 cars going a lot slower towards the tail end of the 2-hour stint. So I'd expect the GT3 cars to start coming in just around about the hour mark, I would say, to be able to push them out. But as we can see there, pretty much all of the LMDHs have been in for their first round of pit stops.
You made a very good point there, Andy, about how you really need to avoid having a splash and dash towards the end. At a shorter track with shorter pits, you may be able to pull that off, not spending a lot of time in the pit lane. But at a track like this, with a very long pit lane, very tricky pit lane to get right, I think that was borderline with Paul Darling in the Satellite Racing Blue team, nearly getting a penalty there. That was very close. Flirting with that white line on exit, I think he managed to get away with that, but just teetering on that edge of... You obviously want to have the quickest run out of those pits, so you want to be very borderline on that gas, but you don't want short fill either, because you don't want to be there. There's nothing more demoralizing as a racing driver, knowing that you have to spend a whole stint saving gas and just lifting and coasting, heading into the corners. It's really frustrating behind the wheel, but it's even more frustrating having to be in the pits for what feels like 1,000 years. So I think really these drivers need to avoid the pits like the plague. They're going to have to, I guess, negotiate with the plague at times when they have to take their tires and fuel. But still, I think those unnecessary pit stops, whether it be for repairs because of incidents or whether it be a short fill, those drivers really have to avoid that kind of stuff, because if you have too many of those, they'll start to pile up and you'll lose more and more time. But in all that pit stop chaos, the Obsidian Racing Future team has moved up into P2. It's not net P2, it is P2, and they negotiated their pit stop. They're again actually a little bit faster than the Satellite Racing Teal team, so we'll see how they did on their fuel. We'll see if they took a little bit less gas, a little bit more gas. Maybe they're just able to save fuel because they're running farther in the back and just decide to come in a little bit later, extend their fuel a little bit more, and take a bit less gas to have a shorter pit stop. And it's helped them out quite nicely. They are now running in P2. That's a pretty good turn of fortune there for the BMW team. Meanwhile, going through the rest of the field, it's actually GT3M is still pretty close, about half a second separating the front two in that category. This might be a shot involving them there. They're very close going through the section, about to enter the Kemmel straightaway. We still see some drivers negotiating their pit stops, their first pit stops of this race. We're about to hit the hour mark. We already have a lot of storylines to touch on. The field is fairly spread out in all but the GT3M category. You can see that gap is about 0.4 of a second. Meanwhile, in GT3 Pro, it's 26. In LMDH-M, it is 13. And then at the front of the LMDH Pro category, it is 16.3. It's a fairly spread out field, except for that GT3M class, which I think is going to be the one to look out for. Still fairly close. Of course, a lot can change. Incidents may pile up with those AM drivers, but this may be a little bit of a loaded question. But as we're about to hit the end of this first hour of this race, Andy, who do you think is going to be the class to watch out for here?
I think the class to watch out for is certainly that GT3 and close racing that's always gone on for the last two racing. You can sort of see in the timings now, Satellite Racing Teal are back in their usual position at front, got a sizable lead over the Obsidian Racing Future overall. So just having a look down to see where our second place in that mud category currently is. They may have had an issue as to why they're not now in second place, but have a look at that. But they've moved down the order. I'm just having a look to see if I can see them. I don't see them on the timing tower anymore. But yeah, they've got a sizable gap. We look at the LMDHM, Dog Bear Bar currently has a sizable gap of 11 seconds over the SimHQ Orange team, who run last time out in round number 2. In this championship. And then the GT3 Pro category, Pair Pro Workers Union, 27. I mean, they're just extending that gap in the top of that GT3 Pro category. So at the moment, it's even in this early stage, it's time for them to lose this race now, because they've got a sizable gap that they can change their strategy. They can do what they want on a strategy call, because they've got such a sizable gap. And just as we say that, they come into the pit lane just before the hour, 53 minutes into this race, obviously just to get the fuel. And as we said, they've only got 2 sets of tyres, so I'll be very surprised if they do change the tyres at all. But that is Airport Workers Union into the pit lane. You can still see the gap there to the Syntec team in second lead that they had. You know, they may just about overtake them, as the Team Airport Workers Union are actually going into their pit stop. They were that far ahead of the class. But then looking back at what I think is going to be the most interesting class, the GT3 AM Back Pain and Eye Strain team there in first place, with Lunatic Racing that was really right on the tail of that BMW just coming into the pit lane here with Longhorn Racing in third place. They've come up as well to really have a good first opening hours as Longhorn Racing 2 coming in third, as we see some of the cars struggling through. What we'll do is we'll let all the cars have their pit stops, and then we'll run through each of the classes to give the viewers of where the current cars are out on track. But interesting to see now. I wonder if you could just put the track map up there, Josh, just to see if Ron's prediction was right. And you can sort of see there's not really an empty part of the track. You can see there number 11th place in the GT3, which is Sim Racing HQ Orange. Got a little bit of a gap, but not much. The rest of the field now sort of nicely spread out with all the GT3, so the opportunity for the LMDH cars to have a nice easy lap is well and truly over. Every single lap they will be hitting some sort of GT3 traffic, which makes it a bit more interesting for us, the viewers and the commentators, but for the drivers it's constantly now making sure that you hit the GT3 cars at the optimum place, trying not to lose a lot of time. And this is where you can see them little accidents where the LMDH cars are trying to get down the inside to try not to lose the tires, and unfortunately have them little bit of incidences out on track. But as soon as you have them, like I was saying, there's only a 20-point incident limit, so therefore, you know, you've got to be aware, and drivers and teams have got to be aware of that 20 incident point level before they get a drive-through penalty. And I think we pretty much talked it to death, but we know how long that pit stop, the drive-through penalty is now, and it's a game changer considering if you're at the front end of the field.
Timing is really important when it comes to those kind of penalties, or when it comes time for the pit stops. You gotta wonder if you're pitting and you're in a clear fight right now. Vincent Marsh is fairly in clean air right now. If he pitted, I wonder, he's actually coming into the pits now, so I gotta wonder where he's going to come out on track, whether he's going to be in that clean air, because there's a pretty big pocket of clean air between some of the LMDHs, but in the GTs, it's just a massive pack of cars, a massive pack of dirty air. So I gotta wonder if Vincent Marsh here in the Back Pain and Eye Strain Racing Team, beautiful name by the way, if he's going to exit out into that clean section of the racetrack, or if he's going to be in that very, very dirty air. It's really so important timing is in this race when it comes to timing the passes on the lap cars, timing your pit stops. There's just, again, we've probably said about 1,000 times already on this broadcast, but there's so many curveballs thrown at these drivers that play a big role into these races. So the pit stops are still continuing on. We have Olympus Esports Titan team there currently running P17 in class. I believe we might have a driver change here. Christopher Stevenson might be getting out of that car. I think we may have a new driver. Okay, Luis Araya is stepping in to the seat there. So we already have driver changes coming up a little bit earlier than I expected, if I'm being honest, Andy. I was expecting them to kind of pop up around, I think the second pit stops probably would have been when I was thinking that we'd see some some driver changes, I should say. But a little bit surprising that they're coming this early. What about you, Andy?
Yeah, I mean, with the limited fuel, and maybe that is within their strategies of how long it is. But I mean, if you look at it, it's a 4-hour race. You know, round about 50 minutes is probably not too bad, because you're gonna pit to the last stint and have around about 40 minutes left of your stint to go. So, you know, it's not really a splash and dash, and probably should try and eke out the car to the hour mark, so you do 3 pit stops and that's it. It's probably a tall order when the fuel has been sort of limited on you. But to answer David Anderson's question in the YouTube, what happened to Longhorn Racing, I believe he actually came in, so that's why he's down on the timing tower, because there's still 4 cars in front that have not pitted yet. So the 2 cars in front for that GT3 arm of Direct Drive Motorsports and Overtake Team Pink are still yet to owe us a pit stop. So as soon as those cars come through, it should be Back Pain and Eye Strain back at the front of that GT3 arm, closely followed by Lunatic Racing. I wonder if you can have a look at them. They are literally, yes, there they are, on board across with Rob Campbell of Lunatic Racing just behind. You can see them there in front. Back Pain and Eye Strain Racing Team, driven by Vincent Marsh at the moment, and as that, there we go, we've got a couple more LMDHs coming in, making a little bit more of a gap between the 2 GT3 drivers, which, you know, I suppose it's a bit frustrating if you're the car trying to chase and that happens to you, but that's endurance multi-class racing. You've got to be able to deal with that. I'm pretty sure Rob and the Lunatic Racing team, as I said before, will basically just take it within the stride, get back onto the pace, and trying to get that pace back in there. But here we go, we've got the Morrison squad, Ginger liveries. Ginger that livery, but you know, Fabio there coming in for his pit stop, just coming out on the outstretch. It's got to be a nice feeling there when you hit that pit limiter marker and you can actually start racing again. But I suppose we haven't seen a little bit more incidents coming out here. You can sort of see here that exit of the pit lane with the endurance comes directly onto the, just after the top of the Rouge at the top of that hill. So it is the drivers coming out of the pits do have the right of way, and it's obviously been stated in the rules as well. So maybe the drivers in the series are giving that rule and making sure that driver coming out of the pit can come out at the speed of whatever you can get up to by the end of this relatively short straight. Obviously, Rouge and Radion will be going considerably quicker than any car coming out of the pits. But it's always good to see the camaraderie and the respect of the drivers, giving that respect on the outside, giving the respect of the GT3s, and giving the respect to the LMDHs, letting them pass around the corners. I mean, it's a great advert for the series, I think, Ron, is that, you know, we've had a few incidents, but, you know, if you take yourself back to that first opening lap where all the LMDHs were coming through the GT3s, it was madness. And how we didn't have a load more incidents is down to the drivers just giving each other that bit of respect and the bit of room to make the passing opportunities, so both drivers don't lose or lose as little time as possible.
Yeah, regardless of what kind of racing it is always nice to have respectful and clean racing. It's always good to have hard racing, exciting racing, that's for darn sure, but having respectful racing where all these drivers respect each other, appreciate each other, and know where they are and know their limits, that's really important to put on a good show. So I'm honestly surprised that we haven't seen too many incidents. Of course, we've seen a little bit of a tussling here so far. We've already seen a few drivers hit the wall. Really, the only incident that I can think of that was a little bit of, well, that was avoidable would probably be towards the start of this race where there was the Cadillac and the GT car that had a little bit of a tussle. At this point, it had to have been a half an hour ago. I believe that was heading through the very tough, as far as I'm concerned, corner of number 11 on this track. That was really the only avoidable crash so far in this race. So the fact they've all been very clean, very respectful is a little bit of a shock to me. I was expecting there to be a lot more chaos, especially with that merge coming out of Eau Rouge, those drivers trying to stay tight to that curb to have the shortest line possible coming out of that corner and heading onto the Kemmel straightaway. I'm shocked all those drivers have been very respectful, but I think probably in the final hour of this race we still have quite a long way to go. We're only at the second hour of the race now. We're only an hour and 2 minutes into this 4-hour race here, but I think when we reach the final hour is going to be when we see some of the fisticuffs break out. We might see some drivers banging, roughing each other up a little bit, more contact being made, and more let's put it as not very friendly moves. That may be when we see a lot of those moves really develop in this race. That may be where the vast majority of them happen.
Yeah, and there's David Anderson in the chat, the organisers. David, you should pop into the booth and we can have a chat with you. Save your typing fingers a little bit of rest with the frantic action you're doing on the YouTube channel. You might as well come in and have a word with us. But yeah, you know, that's one of the things about this. I mean, I've commentated on this league since season 1, and that was one of the things that was that always impressed me about this league, is that you've got a lot of cars. You've currently got 55 cars of a multi-class event on a track, you know, at different circuits. I mean, you've got Jerez, 50 odd cars on Jerez was a bit hectic, but the respect that the drivers give each other, I mean, it's just amazing to be. And you know, it promotes the series because the racing's done out on track rather than racing that's been done by incidents on track. It's been done by the skill and the precision of the drivers, you know, being able to get through the field, but then also giving the respect to other cars coming through. And it's always good when you get a series where it's the racing that talks and it's not the incidents that talk about the races, and that's where you know you've got a good league and a good foundation. I think what helps is the 20 incident level that the series has promoted as clean driving. And I was looking down before I started, you know, considering we've done two races, the lowest incident points out on track is, I'm just looking for a driver, that's a team that's actually done 2 races. It's actually Satellite Racing Teal. They've only got 27 incident points for over 7 hours worth of racing on iRacing. I mean, that is just astounding. I think I picked that up in an hour stint whenever I seem to get in cars. So they're doing a phenomenal job there when they're looking at that. So it's not really an advertisement for me to be on these teams in this series, because yeah, I think I would experience that drive-through penalty here at Spa a few times with my driving styles. But that's about that. That's why I'm in the box and not out on field. But you know, it's good. Talking to the devil, and Ron, I'll hand you over to David. He's joined us in the commentary box to have a chat with the series organizer.
Hey, David, thank you so much for joining us here, man. Pretty good racing thus far. What do you think?
Yeah, really enjoying it and enjoying listening to you guys. I don't always get the opportunity to listen sort of in real time, and I've been able to do that today, so enjoying both the broadcast and the race.
It's definitely been some good racing thus far, a lot of action here, and a lot of storylines still left to be fully written between now and the finish. I'll ask you this very loaded question real quick. We have a fantastic schedule for this season. I mean, we're here at Spa, one of the best tracks, one of my favorite tracks in the entire world of racing. We started off the season with a race at Daytona and another race at Jerez last month. Next time out on March the 3rd, we're going to be at Hockenheim, and then after that's going to be Le Mans and Silverstone. So to pass this very loaded question off to you, what is your favorite track that you have on this season schedule?
Yeah, I like them all, you know, but I tell you, for me personally, I can't get away from Daytona. I just have always loved the track, all the event here, and the ambiance around it, you know, both in the real world and sim racing kind of starts the year. And that's the one I always tend to look forward to the most. And that's the other thing I'll mention, guys, is like, you know, we try to have a couple of staples that are always in the schedule, like Le Mans, Daytona. Typically we've had Sebring, although that was replaced this year. And then we always try to introduce 2 or 3 new tracks to just kind of keep it interesting.
I'm just going through my mind, thinking of what other tracks could be added. Mugello, maybe we could see Mugello pop up in the not too distant future. I've seen a lot of series adding in Mugello ever since it was introduced into the iRacing platform not very long ago. So would we possibly see Mugello on the schedule in the future?
Yeah, possibly. I think that would be a good one. Maybe Imola. You know, and usually we'll have about 3 tracks that will be, like Spa is one that I believe we've had just about every season. And then we usually have 2 or 3 new tracks that'll rotate in and out. So this year, Jerez, Silverstone, and Hockenheim are making their debut for us in this particular season.
I'm really looking forward to Hockenheim. That's going to be a pretty good race. Putting aside my German heritage, I'm really looking forward to that, because I think the multi-class racing, we don't really see a whole lot of multi-class racing at Hockenheim if I'm going through my memory, but I think that'll still be a pretty good race there. Not really something you see at Hockenheim too much, but fingers crossed it's a pretty good show. So yeah, fingers crossed we see some new unique tracks on the schedule here in the upcoming months. And any other news that you'd like to share with the people here on this broadcast here for Spa?
Yeah, you know, I think I would just say that, you know, first and foremost, a thank you to all the teams and the drivers and the sponsors and yourselves at Apex that make all of this possible. There's you know, in addition to that, there's just a huge number of people behind the scenes, all of our admins, and then Doug Atkinson in race control, Ryan Thompson and his team. As far as news goes, you know, it's an exciting time to be an iRacer at Champion Motorsports. We've got this series going on for its 4th season now. We're about midway through it. We're still taking registrations for this season if anybody wants to join in halfway through. And then also we've got our Porsche Cup support series for this for IRTES, which just started. We had rounds 1 and 2 last weekend at Spa, and then rounds 3 and 4 will be at Hockenheim in a few weeks. So you know, lots going on there. And then last but not least, our Wednesday night iRacing series is typically runs GT3s, but we're doing some open wheel racing right now with the F35 cars, and just lots of stuff to get involved in here, and you know, appreciate you guys helping us spread the word.
Well, it's our pleasure being part of a great racing series and some great racing action thus far. I think I'll pass this off to Andy if you want to ask the boss man some questions here while we still have him in the booth.
Yeah, Dave. Yeah, we just want to make sure that my mic's at an acceptable level this week, mate, from the last broadcast, mate.
Yeah, it sounds better. I think you guys definitely made a tweak there. Sounds better. Glad Ron got his technical issue resolved. You guys sound great out there now that I'm able to kind of hit your rhythm. So yeah, always great to have you in the booth too, Andy, because you've kind of been a staple of the series.
Yeah, I mean, I absolutely love it. What I want to, you know, for yourselves as well is, you know, the level of driving out here today is exceptional. But, you know, the CMS caters for all levels, doesn't it? It caters for brand new entries into iRacing as well as the pro drivers. So your organisation actually, and you're doing yourself a little bit of an injustice, I think, you know, caters for all levels. It's not just ones that are the stupid, you know, 6,000 K iRating that, you know, us mere mortals will never aspire to touch. But, you know, your series and your organisation caters for the lower iRating participants as well, to promote them to be able to make better drivers, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. And you know, I'm glad you mentioned that, because that has always been one of the core principles of CMS. You know, we have been around since not getting here. 1999 is when the community formed, and you know, it started with just a few guys, and we were all kind of, you know, amateurs in nature and novices at all this, and so we always kept the, you know, sort of goal, if you will, that you'll hear us say all skill levels are welcome, and we really mean that. You know, we feel like as long as you can act and behave like an adult, and you know, take care of yourself on the racetrack with regards to holding your line, that there will always be someone to race with, and I think that's the beauty of the series, Andy.
It definitely is, and you know, from being you as season one, you never had pros and AMs. You brought that in this season, so it promotes to the drivers that were always going to be at the lower end of the single fields in the classes that we had in the previous two seasons. Now they've got an opportunity. We're starting to see some of them raise up. You know, you've got the likes of back pain and eye strain, the older generation drivers, and I'm pretty sure they don't mind me saying that. On along with them, you know, they're currently leading the way in the GT3 AM. If you didn't have their AM classes like you didn't have in season 1 and 2, they'd be sort of mid-pack, not getting a lot of coverage on the broadcast, you know, and feeling a little bit left out. But you know, it seems that you've sort of almost made it so it's all inclusion of races, so everybody gets an opportunity to fight for the top spot in a range of iRacing abilities.
Yeah, and I think that was important for IRTES here specifically, was to go ahead and carve out the AM, the LMDH, as well as the GT3 AM, just to have these guys have, you know, an opportunity to race for points and, you know, and stay motivated, and we can see those battles and tell those stories, which, you know, we're able to do with you guys. And that's a good example. You know, we've got some of the folks like that particular team you just mentioned with Back Pain Eye Strain Racing. I love that name, by the way. It's great to see them doing well. And then also, you know, one of the things we don't necessarily talk about here a lot is we've got a drivers championship in this series. It's not team-based, but it's driver-based for anybody that is 50 plus, and that's called the Gold Championship. And those guys are battling from a driver's perspective for some bragging rights and a couple of prizes in their own right.
Yeah, we definitely have, and I'll actually say who's leading that. It is currently Billy Sigurdsson of Direct Drive Motorsports. He's winning out with 52 points, and Wayne Hutchinson's in second. So, I mean, there's something for everyone to win. I've had a look at your prizes. So you've got the prizes for the top three in each one of the classes. You've got prizes for the cleanest team out on field. Prizes for obviously the over 50s. You know, there's lots of things that have been given to the drivers and incentives for the drivers to win. You know, and you put that down to, that's why you have so many cars finish your races, where the normal races you've seen, you normally have an attrition value of probably around about, you know, a third of the field just bailing out on the race. But you find that these races, by the end of the race, you know, I'll probably die by myself. probably have less than 5 cars that actually retire from the race.
Yeah, and that was another thing that we wanted to do. I think one of the inherent flaws with esports is that you typically award the top and the fastest drivers, right? And with CMS, we wanted to be able to have an esports-based series because we've got some phenomenal sponsors like Penguin RC and simrace247.com, etc., that help make all this possible. But we wanted it to be a way where everybody had a chance to win something. So that's where you'll see, we've got, of course, a lot of prizes are for the highest finishers and the fastest cars, but then there's also cleanest teams. We have a sportsmanship award, which is something that's voted upon for, the drivers that hold themselves, to kind of the expectation we have at CMS here in the community. And so there's just a lot of different ways to feel like you win something. And more than anything, I think it builds the camaraderie. And, Ron, I think it was you earlier, saying you were a little bit surprised. I'm actually not surprised that our guys are well behaved. Now, like you said, Andy, I'll probably die on my sword with that comment, but I think that we have probably the thing I'm most proud about at CMS is we have a self-policing sort of culture, and these guys just take care of each other.
100%. It is a great series. I love commentating on it. It's 5 hours, and you think, wow, it's 5 hours of continuous commentary. But I absolutely love it because the racing is non-stop, the driving is clean. I love the fact that you've got stewards in the background penalising drivers that are being a little bit over-ambitious, shall we say. And it's just a great series to watch. I'm pretty sure that the viewers will agree. I can see a couple of comments in the YouTube channel. Great race, I love it. But I'm going to ask for your predictions now in each of the class. Where do you see the winners come in from each of the classes?
Yeah, I tell you, the Satellite Racing Teal team is showing that they are going to be very hard to beat, I think, in every race. And they have put together one of the strongest teams I've seen in a long, long time with Max and Jesse, and I think Justin is on that team. And we, as you know, Andy, that Satellite team has been two-time series champions, but that was with Paul Darling and David Williams, also driving in a streak in their own right. But this Teal car is going to be awfully hard to beat. So that's what I see in the first one. I'll come up for air here and give you a second, see what you think of that, then we can talk about the other three.
No, 100%. They are so great. It's a bit disappointing, Ralph, to find out what happened to Precision Racing Esports, because they really gave them a shock in this round. Getting the top of the field there. Billy gave them a shock really close in this round. Getting the top of the field there. The broadcast pulling them really close. Turn number 8, where they unfortunately see on top, and since then they've sort of dropped down. Back down the field, but a little bit there. But yeah, I completely agree. The Satellite Racing Teal team have been a dominant force, and again winning the first 2 races. So I suppose you can't see I suppose that's your given. The rest of them are pretty much open for interpretation. I'm just looking down, and each of the other classes there's been nobody that's won both races. So
yeah, and I think that's kind of right. I think we've got that. Really pointy end, which says a lot about Satellite Racing Teal, because there are some really, really strong teams in the pro category. The CMS Racing Pro team, has won multiple championships in esports. Penguin RC's brought to get, terrific team, etc. In the others, like in LMDHM, I look at this race in particular. I think the SimHQ Motorsports guys who are out front now are going to be hard to get around. I think the thing that I always appreciate about that team, and that's Doug Atkinson and James Andrew that bring that team together. It's such a phenomenal sim racing brand with SimHQ. They've been around as long as we have, since the mid to late 90s. But once they get out front, they're hard to run down. If there's anybody I think could catch them, I'm going to say the Pneumatic Motorsports Purple team, and that's actually probably my pick for the championship. I think that Pneumatic Motorsports Purple team with Michael Parker, JT Tammy, they're going to be awfully hard to beat in that class.
What about the Pro then? That seems to be a hot one at the moment as well.
Yeah, for the say again, for GT3
Pro.
Yeah, GT3 Pro. I feel like that one is just anybody's race anytime that we're out here, and kind of enjoying that element of it. Bear Poke looks pretty strong. I believe that they've had 2 in a row now looking good. But the team I like in that category, I'm not really sure why they're down so much today, but I like the D's, Porsche, Ron Farger, Jung. I don't know if I'm saying that right, but that's the car that Mark Nister's driving right now, car 992. I think that's the team to beat in the GT3 Pro category.
Certainly not having the best of races here. Came third in the first out in Daytona, one out in Jerez. Not having the best of races here, so that will open up the field. They had a 5-point gap going into this championship. What about the AM? I think the AM is probably the one that's so disjointed where anybody can win, and I think it's a fascinating class, the GT3 AM.
Absolutely. You know, I think you have to like Lunatic Racing. You believe, if I'm not mistaken, and I hope I don't get this wrong, but I think they may have won the last event at Jerez, and looking good today. You know, I like the CMSRacing.com endurance team. Is another, you know, a little behind today, but you know, we've yet to see all the strategy play out. Of course, back pain, eye strains doing well. I think both Longhorn teams are sleepers in this thing. Is Longhorn Racing 2 is you know, they won at Daytona. Looks like they're in third today, and you know, having a solid run. And little known fact, actually, you know, no bias there. I believe that's the case with or without me, but I drive on that team. So as one of the backup drivers, and they had to throw me in the car at the last race as the emergency driver, probably the hardest track.
I won't comment on that one, but I'm sure you're enjoying the fact of sitting back, watching the live broadcast, and being a keyboard warrior instead of getting sweaty behind the wheel and feeling the pressure. I mean, they are the Lunatic Racing guys. You know, they did win out last time. They had a bit of a torrid result in Daytona, but that's the beauty of where they're at. So back pain and eye strain currently winning the GT3 AM. They've had a slow start, but they're now bringing it up. So where they're in the front, they're moving up. The Lunatic Racing team, they had a poor result out in Daytona, as I just said. So they're mid-pack, so they'll get some good results. I think you're right. Longhorn Racing 2 seems to be the dark horses. So they won at Daytona and came sort of mid-pack in Jerez, getting 23 points. So they're currently second in the AM, so they will probably take over the lead of the AM. But I think it's going to chop and change. I mean, after this race, only midway through the season, it's just a fascinating thing, that GT3 AM, and you have the unpredictability of the iRacing not being as high as the pros, so there's more prone for mistakes. So it's going to be so easy to move up and down that field where there's slight little mistakes from the amateur drivers, and I'm pretty sure they won't mind me saying that, because you know, we've all out there, we've all been there, that we make them silly mistakes. But you know, it's going to be a fascinating championship, that GT3 AM, come the final race of the season at Silverstone.
Yeah, it really will be. And you know, it's really that, go back to the comment we had at the beginning. You know, it's interesting to me for me to see somebody like Mike Tyler, who, by the way, is a very experienced sim racer with a 1400 I rating, and he's out there sharing the track with someone like Juan Valero with a 5700 I rating. So, you know, that's sort of the beauty of the series, you know, is that higher rating guys have to get, you know, used to the higher rating guys, and vice versa. That's part of it.
It definitely is. But David, we won't keep you any longer. I'm sure you need that well-deserved brewski and get back to your keyboard warrior and put all the nice messages in the YouTube channel. But before we let you go, mate, is there anybody you want to give a shout out to?
Again, just kind of want to thank everybody that makes this happen. That includes you guys. It includes Lee from your team. You know, all the guys behind the scenes. All of our drivers, teams, team owners, sponsors, all the stewards, really every member at CMS. Those are the people that matter, and it's not about me, it's about everybody that makes it come together. So just happy to be a part of it, enjoying watching today. Thanks for putting it on, guys.
Definitely, and a big shout out to you for putting this on, mate. Without you, this series wouldn't be off the floor. So you enjoy sitting back in your lazy boy chair and watching in that GT3.
Will do, guys. Have a good rest of the race.
There was David Anderson there, the organizer for this exceptional series, and it's always great to chat to David. Find out, I think he's just the nicest guy on to have a chat with. But we saw a lot of incidences whilst we were talking to David there out on track, and that GT3, I forgot, it's a Delta Simsport, I think, or the Delta team, Delta Syntec it was, I think, in that GT3, getting a bit squirrely, but some excellent driving there and saving it overall, but always good. And if any of the teams or the drivers are out there and wanting to come on the stream for a quick chat, then please just pop yourself into the waiting room and we'll get you on for a quick chat.
Yeah, we've got milk and cookies waiting for all the drivers that want to stop by and have a chat with us, but that was a massive moment for Ken Copeland going on to keep it out of the barrier, still running in a pretty decent position. Not very far ahead of him is the OVRTK Team Black team, only separated by about 0.4 of a second they are right now. So I think we might see a battle flare up between these two drivers. You do have lap traffic to contend with. You got the Cadillac trying to get involved there. Ooh, I think there might have been a little back there. I think Ken Copeland might have given him a little bit of a bump there. I could have been mistaken there heading into the corner, but I think Ken Copeland has a pretty fast race car. I think he's feeling a little bit, feeling like he may need to redeem himself after the mistake he made coming through this corner not very long ago. But one thing that we do have coming up yet again is those pit stops. We're about to hit the 1 hour 30-minute mark. So since we saw pit stops around the 45-minute mark to start off with, I think it wouldn't be too much of a shock if in the next 5, maybe 10 laps, we're going to see a lot of the field pull in.
Yeah, definitely it is. And whilst we've got a little bit of a break before that, we'll just give a shout out to the sponsors who, without them, this series would not happen. So big shout out to Penguin RC Simulation, who's one of the title sponsors of this series. They create high performance driving accessories at reasonable cost. At Penguin RC Simulation, they provide wheel and button boxes along with specialized equipment such as e-stops for direct drive and iFlag systems. So go over to www.penguinrc.com to see all the wonderful goodies you can get for your sim racing rig. You know, and it's a big thanks to the sponsors, because like I said, without them on these types of series, with what they take off sim racing, but they give back, and they give back loads to this series, which got some really good prizes from them.
Exactly. Without those sponsors, this series would not be possible, and the teams that are actually running that branding on their cars are actually doing pretty decent. The Penguin RC Simulation Carbon team is currently running P3 in the LMDH Pro category. They're about 17 seconds back of the leader there, not too far off the Obsidian Racing Future team there. So it wouldn't be too shocking if we actually, I don't think they're close enough to really battle here, but maybe with lap traffic, we could see them start to tussle before these pit stops. I think the pit stops are going to be really important here for the Obsidian Racing Future team. We saw them have a little bit of a quicker stop than the drivers around them, so maybe there's some fuel trickery there with them, maybe taking a little bit less fuel at that last stop, so maybe they've just had to take a little bit conservative lift and coast heading into those corners and not really attack the braking zones as much as they might have had in mind. So maybe that's the reason why they've dropped back a little bit, but still showing some pretty good pace right now. I'll take a look at my live timing screen to see what kind of laps they did last time by, but I think they were fairly evenly matched there, and I think actually the Obsidian Racing Future team is starting to pull away now. They've definitely reached the bowels of lap traffic. You can see Blake Reynolds just threading the needle between that lap traffic and the curb there to try and go through. The lap traffic is so important. We've said so much throughout this broadcast already. You got to be patient, yet you also have to be trying to negotiate those cars as best as you can.
Yeah, 100%. There is a slight change. I just want to make everyone aware. The GT3 Pro, it looks like the Bear Pulp working unions are the ones up front, when it looks like there's a car that's unfortunately put in a different class, and that's car 127, which is the M Sport Ginger Liveries, who are currently leading that GT3 Pro category. It looks like they've been put in the LMDH AMS by mistake. But they are currently leading the way in that GT3, so it's certainly a Porsche effect. It's car number 127, coming around in 26th place. Currently have that
and I think
11-second lead over the Bear Pulp Workers Union. So we're going to try to see if we can correct that on the timing tower to put them in the correct class and the correct position. But at the moment, they currently lead that GT3 Pro category is the Ginger Livery Team car number 127. But that Ferrari seems to be doing quite well, 1 and 2 in that GT3 Pro category. The only 2 out there, and then if we look further back in the AMs, it's currently in 3rd. But I always knew, I mean, the Ferrari was always one of them cars. It's like an all-rounder car, I see it as. You know, it's not too shabby, although the front line speed is a little bit lower than the BMWs and the Mercedes, like I said at the start of the Audi. But where it really comes into its own is the slower speeds, the slower corners. So where we were saying that this track is like a fast section followed by a technical and a fast and technical, it sort of excels in them areas. And certainly in that GT3 Pro category, they are looking like the cars to be at the moment really well ahead of the rest of the field in that class. You can see there showing second and third in the GT3 Pro. There's 3 Mercedes cars in third, fourth and fifth, with OVRTK Team Black, Delta Sims Tech and that Bear But yeah, looking further down the field, GT3 AM, as we were talking to there with David, is really hotly contested class where nobody's really dominant. You have in the background, then you start having good ones, and then people have good rounds 1 and 2 are having bad ones here today. So when the points get recalculated, that GT3 AM is going to be super close out on track to be able to make it. You can sort of see it at the end there. Car number 8, 2 deliveries, 3 laps down, although he is the top GT3 Yeah, currently an hour and a half into the race. We'll start seeing the LMDH cars coming in for their second stops shortly. But it's been an interesting race, Ron. And there's still a lot of positions off the ground.
Yeah, still a long way left to go in this race. We're only 3/8 of the way in, really getting good with the math skills, trying to figure out what stage of the race we're in. But so far, there's still just so much left to play for, so many battles that will have to be decided, and a lot of storylines have already developed in this race. Of course, the fairly shocking fall of the Satellite Racing Team Blue team. That's really what kind of caught my attention in the first hour of the race. But as we enter actually halfway through the second hour of this race, there's still quite a few storylines that I'm keeping my eyes on, chief among which is actually the growing gap that the back pain and eye strain racing team is pulling right now. 4.1 seconds separating them currently, so that's a pretty good gap there in the GT3M. Still the closest field that we have right now, which, I mean, it's still 4.5 seconds. That's a pretty large gap, especially with all the GTP Hornets basically swarming them at any given time. So I think, I mean, it's still going to be a very close battle, and we'll have to see how it develops when the pit stops come, which I believe we already see some drivers coming into the pits now. I think we'll have to take a look at that in a few moments' time. Actually, yeah, you can see now Michael Parker pulling in there in that Porsche, going the long way into the pits, finally gets to his box after about an hour and a half. It feels like he is now in, currently running P7 in class. We'll see how he exits at compared to the CMS Racing and the Satellite Racing Blue team. They're both in as well, so we'll see how their pit stops are time-wise. But I think it's going to be real tough to see how these drivers try and pull off the strategy. I'm keeping my eyes on the Penguin RC Simulation Carbon team right now. They're still fairly close, keeping it lock and stern with the Obsidian Racing Future team, who will be able to take the Commando win, or the Commando lead, because the Satellite Racing Team Teal team has come in now, so you can see them trundling down pit road. So it's going... drivers, but it's going to be not very long. It's not going to be very long until we see that happen.
Yeah, 100%. I'm just looking at the other teams that we haven't really mentioned. So 100 Force there, currently in 6th place, with the winners out in Jerez. An exceptional race for them. In 6th place there. They're my dark horse for moving up that leaderboard. I mean, in fact, they didn't win, sorry, they came 3rd out in Jerez. I'm not going to put it past them to be able to get into that possibilities of that 3rd place overall here today. So 100 Force, you know, probably my dark outsiders for a podium position there in the LMDH Pro category. But I'm just looking at the team that the Precision Racing esports team, currently running around in P10. They've had a change of drivers there. Jeff Evans is at the wheel of that one, but that car's had a massive fall from grace, really, hasn't it? I mean, it was fighting up there with the Sim Racing Teal team that are now currently in the pit lane. And some incident that we've unfortunately not been able to find, finds himself like sort of towards the back end of this pro field. So something's really happened with them, and probably again getting caught up with GT3 traffic, and it's really frustrating when that happens when you're a faster driver and the GT3s are slowing your progress. But it's part and parcel of multi-class racing. You've got to take the rough with the smooth, and they had a great start to the race. They're still in with a chance to try and move up the positions, and it's all about the experience being their first race. But there's nothing more they could have done at the start by getting on that front step of that qualifying session, being at the front, leading the field going into that first game. That'd be a very proud moment certainly for that team. So looking further down, SimHQ Motorsport Orange team, they're going from strength to strength at the moment. They are currently second in the championship, in fact equal first with the Pneumatic Motorsport Purple team, both on 65 points. And again, they are currently leading the way. The Pneumatic Motorsport Purple team, you can see them there in 6th place. A little bit off the pace this race, so some good opportunity here for SimHQ Motorsport Orange team to extend that lead at the top of the LMDH and front field overall. Looking at the Pro field, Pro GT3 field, so these Porsche Rennfahrer currently leading the way, 5 points ahead of OVRTK Team White, but both of them teams at the moment are not there where you can see these Porsche currently running around in 8th place. So that gives a real good opportunity for the GT3 Pro teams to start getting back. So the likes of Bear Poke Workers Union that haven't had the best of starts to this season, 19 and 21 points respectively in the first opening 2 rounds, but could pick up a decent amount of points here to move up the field. And I suppose that's one of the big things wrong when you're looking. We're still relatively early on in the season. We're not even halfway. After this race, we'll be halfway through the season. Mixed bag of results. There's nobody really grabbing the results by the horns and basically pulling themselves well out in class. So both that, the AMS, the LMDH AMS, and the GT3 AMS, it's anybody's game of who can win it. It's still up for grabs in them classes. Obviously, you can't look past the Teal team in the LMDH Pro category. They do seem to have that cutting edge when it comes to that LMDH Pro field. So it's going to be interesting to see who will pick up 2nd and 3rd place on that. But all it will take is one bad result again from the Teal team to lose a lot of points here, let one of the other teams into there. So pretty much the Pro at the moment, you can't see past Satellite Racing Team, but the other 3 classes, it's all up for grabs. Seems to be having a little bit of technical difficulties. See if we can get him back shortly. But yeah, it's really interesting to find out what's going on in the classes. Let's give a quick rundown. An hour and 37 into this race. Let's have a rundown of all the classes to give your team that you're looking at. So currently leading the way in the LMDH Pro is Team Delta Syntech. They still owe us a pit stop, so they will move down position when they come into the pits. The Obsidian Racing Future Team just got into the pits from 2nd place overall. Penguin RC Simulation Carbon, they again have just pitted into this, so we'll see what they come out with. Max Muir at the wheel of the Satellite Racing Teal team in 4th place. In 5th place we got Pneumatic Motorsport Blue, and in 6th place we got OVRTK Team Red, up 2 positions from where they started. The biggest mover in that LMDH Pro field is the Penguin RC Simulation, up 5 places from where they started. In 7th place we got CMS Racing.com Pro Team. In 8th place, we've got 100 Force. 9th place, we've got Satellite Racing Blue Team. Obviously, we know all the trials and tribulations that they've had in this race so far. In 10th place, we got CMHQ Motorsport Red. In 11th place, we got Overtake Team Blue. In 11th place, we got Penguin RC Simulation Magna Team. In 13th place, we got Team FFSR Venom. In 14th place, we got MEK Esports. And in 15th place, we got Kuka Racing Pro. In 16th, we got Precision Racing Esports. They were the pole sitters in this race and unfortunately going the wrong way. Our biggest loser on the field, 21 positions down from where they originally started. And then in P17, we got Olympus Esports Titan Team. In 18th, rounding out the LMDH Pro category, we got Last 10th Racing there in 18th place, running around in 26th place. Over to the LMDH ARMS fields, we're currently leading the way is car number 16, Sim HQ Motorsports Orange. And in second place, we've got Dog Bear Bark. Love that team name. In second place there with Desperado Dogs in third place. In fourth, we've got Sim Republic, and in fifth, we've got Accent Racing LMDH. In sixth place, we've got Pneumatic Motorsports Purple, and in seventh, we've got Valhalla Motorsports Tiver. Obviously, those have had a drive. In, I would say 8th place, but it's not. I'll move over to the GP3. We've got an incident here. Let's have a look from Quicker Racing Pro. Coming down into the bus stop. Oh, completely. Whoa. Let's have a look on board because that was a prime thing of missing your braking marker in the night sky. So come in around Blanchimont, really watch the closing speed on the GT3 cars. That's got to be a hardware failure because you didn't even hear a sign of braking. So hopefully he hasn't injured himself if he does have a direct drive, because that certainly looked like a hardware failure there. That was a big hit into the wall. Literally, you couldn't hear him braking, but there we go. Oh, okay, over to the GT3 Pro field. So currently leading the way is the Ginger Liveries. That are currently in the LMDH, unfortunately, in there. So this is our leading GT3 car, RSM Squad Ginger Liveries, leading the way in that GT3 Pro category. In second place, we got Overtake Team Black. In third place, we got Delta Simtech, with fourth place Bear Pope Union. They have done their second pit stop, so they will move up the rankings as soon as the GT3 cars start coming in for their second pit. In fifth place, we've got We Too Fast Racing. In sixth place, we've got Tuni Delta Simtech 144. In seventh place, we've got D's Porsche Renfiler Jug. They again it's a bit mixed up, I would say, in the GT3. A couple of cars have done 2 pit stops, and cars are still owing us pit stops in that category. In 8th place, we got Overtake Team White, and in 9th place, we got D's Porsche Renfiler Alt. And then in 15th place, we've got Wild Juice Racecraft, who just gone into the pits. So over to the GT3 AMS. Currently leading the way, we've got Bagpay Milestone Racing Team. In second place, we've got Lunatic Racing, with third Long Haul Racing 2. In fourth place, we've got Overtake Team Pink, with Can-Am Racing in 5th place. In 6th place, we got Valhalla Motorsports, with 7th being Direct Drive Motorsports. 8th, we got Valhalla Motorsports. And in 9th place, we got Fen Racing Black Team CMS. In 10th place, we got Undertaker Team 1, with 11th place being Sim HQ Motorsport White. In 12th place, we got Long Haul Racing, with 13th place CMS Racing.com Endurance. And in 14th place, the organisation. In 15th place and final place on the grid is Wild Juice Racecraft, currently in 15th place in the GT3 AM. So that is your roundup of the current positionings out on track. of all the drivers. And we're currently looking at the SimHQ Motorsport Orange team, who is currently leading the way in that LMDH AM. They've driven a really good, nice, clean race at the moment. They do have Dogberg Bark just behind them. You can see him there, the black car just behind, challenging him. So let's have a look to see if Dogberg Bark can make a move here down the camera straight. We've certainly closed the gap on him. You can see the effect of that slipstream. It's right at the end of the camel straight there. That's where you catch up the most on your competitors coming down that part of the track, is Dogberg Bark is just looking up. And we can sort of see these two having a tussle for the LMDH category.
Yeah, a lot of stuff has happened.
Yeah, there we go. We got it back.
All right, thank God. I called IT about 15,000 times. They keep suggesting that I try turning it off and on again. I did that about 1,000 times. Fingers crossed this works. Otherwise, I'm gonna have to call up the people that sold this microphone and issue them a verbal threat. So we've had a lot of stuff happen ever since then. The pit stops have come and gone. A lot of stuff left to be decided in this race. I do find it a little bit shocking that it was exactly 2 seconds separating the Satellite Racing Teal team and then the Obsidian Racing Future team. 2 seconds separating their last round of pit stops. I think the Obsidian Racing team had to deal with the pain of taking a bit more fuel after they short-filled last time by. That could have been the reason why they had a little bit of a longer pit stop. But still, I think they're putting themselves in a very good position for their debut race here in the series. It's a very impressive result. We've got a change here for the lead, possibly in the LMDH category. We do. The Dogberg Bark driver of Scott Kennedy gets a fairly textbook move there done, heading through the chicane. That was a nice move on the other SimHQ Motorsports Orange team, but I don't think it's over yet. We'll see if there's any sort of challenge here for that position. Nope, they're actually not going into turn one. I'm a little bit surprised, but you do see lap traffic farther up the road. That may throw a big wrench in the works of this fight, but still awesome. I mean, we're already an hour and 45 minutes into this race, but we still have drivers battling for the lead. That just shows you how great and how close this series is and how awesome endurance racing usually is here.
100%, yeah. And we'd expect SimHQ Motorsport Orange to maybe make a move here, giving a bit of a flash as well, but choosing not to there. I suppose it's a good call with having to try to overtake the GT3 class towards the end of that camel straight. So positions held as is, no times lost by either the SimHQ Motorsport Orange team on their pursuit to try and get back the #1 place in that LMDH AM category there overall. Just looking down the field, so just all the GT3s, very mixed bag. Some have done their second pit stop, so Bear Pub Workers Union have come in for their second pit stop already. Just looking down from that, and then from 37th position out on track, which is We Too Fast Racing, and they're pretty much all done their second stop. So still a large proportion of that GT3 field are out there not having stopped yet. So very much a change in, looks like a difference of tactics really for the GT3 field. Some choosing to come in slightly earlier, some trying to eke out the fuel as long as they possibly go. So it's going to be interesting come that final hour to see who's got the strategy right, whether the early stoppers have managed to pull a blinder, or the ones that try and eke it out as far as possible. But only time will tell, and we'll know within an hour's time of what the sort of final strategies are going to be for the teams out on track. But I mean, I can't believe it's been an hour and 47 on. I mean, the race has been phenomenal. Still got 55 cars trundling around on track. So another second half of great racing incoming.
Hour 45, less than 2 hours into this race, we've already seen 2 series of pit stops. Awesome overtakes like this from Thomas Fisher, threading the needle, going on to the Kemmel straightaway. That was a Brilliant stuff there from the CMSRacing.com pro driver, down 2 positions from where he started, but he just clawed up one of them. That was a fantastic move, and a 20-second long stop and hold penalty for the Olympus Esports Titan team for contact and unsafe rejoin. So that's a very tough break for them. That's going to be a detrimental penalty for their chances in this race. But as you said, we're less than 2 hours into this race. We've already seen 2 series of pit stops. All the GT drivers are really on their first set of tires. First of only 2 sets of tires in this race. That's still something I can't really wrap my head around. And I've also had about 14 bajillion technical issues, but the awesome racing continues here. I think we're having a replay here of Luis Araya heading into the final chicane here, getting a move done, or maybe a little bit of contact here, possibly.
Ron will be getting onto his microphone and give him a stand word, because I think we might have lost Ron again there on that.
Oh,
but that
no.
Oh, no, it looks like you're back now, mate.
Hey, I have no idea what in the world is going on. I think Discord just does not want to cooperate with me. I checked my internet, and it's decent, so I have no idea what in the world. I think the race broadcast just talking in one-word pieces. So I think my word for this is future. That's my word. That's my one word.
That's your one word. But you know, well, I'm sure you'll endure your technical difficulties anyway, Ron, and get back to us where we can. Oh, there we're watching on board with 104 Nicholas Maynard. My long shots for a podium in that LMDH Pro category. Very aggressive, well, quite close to the BMW. I think that was the leader of your GT3 AM, back pain and eye strain, so they would have appreciated being taken out in that. But looking racing, but that overtake that we just watched coming up the top of Eau Rouge, I think it was fortunate that GT3 car saw them coming and literally went to the inside of the gap, because I don't think the gap was there to begin with, but sort of like Moses when he went through the Red Sea, it just opened up for him, and he went trundling on through, which was a great passing mover overall to see on the broadcast. So yeah, it worked out quite well for that team that moved up a position. But currently watching on board with Nicholas Maynard here of 100 Force, currently running around in P7 at the moment in that LMDH Pro category, right onto the tail fin here of the CMS.com Racing Pro. So this is a challenge for the position, and just in front of him is the Delta Tech 377 car. So these three locked in a battle here at the moment. The fourth one, I think that is the Pneumatic Motorsport Blue team. Is that? No, that's not him. Just out in front. So it's going to be interesting to see where we're at on that. So good battle here, 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th in that LMDH Pro category, and there could be an opportunity here for a passing move coming down the Kemmel Straight if the 100 Force car can keep that momentum going and using the slipstream. But the car in front, CMS.com Racing Pro, does have some slipstream off the GT3 car, so I don't believe a passing opportunity will be available for the 100 Force car here, and nope, it wasn't to be. But you can see just behind the 100 Force car there, the Satellite Racing Blue Team, the Tory start on this race that they've had. They've got an opportunity now as well to get up. I mean, it'll just be a rags to riches story if that Satellite Racing Blue Team can make it onto the podium after all the issues that they've had at the first half of this race. Obviously having a slight incident where they lost around about 10 positions out, and then having a drive-through penalty as well, and still managing to keep up. Just shows you the pace that they do have in 8th position overall in the team. So I think the producer's saying there that he's going to try something to get the overlay correct for that GT3 Pro category for the digital. He's going to see what he can do to get that error in the timing tower corrected, so we can see the correct team at the front. But just looking at this Lewis pit stop, yes they do. So the OVRTK Team Black and the Delta Simtech team that you can see there in front of the Bear Pulp Workers Union still owe us a pit stop. So once they have come in for their second pit stop, we will have that Bear Pulp Workers Union back up to second place in that GT3 Pro category. Just looking further back then, the OVRTK Team Pink again, another team that needs owes us a second pit stop there, leading the way in that GT3 app. And we're looking further back at the Bear Pulp Endurance team here, coming up rather in a Rouge in P6 overall in that GT3 Pro category, driven by, who's that doing? Nicholas Holden. I've never met Nicholas, he's obviously a new member. I haven't met the Team Bear Pulp family, which is quite an extensive family, but one thing I do love about their cars is the liveries, and pretty much all the liveries of all the cars that are out in the field today. You know, we've got the racers that get all the accolade and the acclaim for the on-track racing, but there's so much that goes into a team behind the scenes. You've got the manager who's the thankless task of making sure the drivers are doing their training and tipping up on time and hitting the time limits and doing all the admin. Then you've got the livery, the guy that does the livery, makes a car on a broadcast and makes it look amazing. And you can sort of see that Team Bear Pulp's their great liveries as well as other teams. And then you've got the spotters, so the teams are made up of so much more. Certainly on the endurance, it's more of a family event, I think, than obviously single racing. It's one driver against another driver, where endurance racing, it's very much teams against teams, because you are racing around in a team, and you want to make sure that you can do the best for your team. So it almost promotes you to make sure that you do the training in there, unless you're one of these God-given aliens that can just jump in an iRacing car and smash out lap after lap. I'm certainly not one of them drivers. I'm not painting myself as a very good iRacing driver, to be honest. We'll sort of see where we're at on that one. Ron, I don't know if we've got you back and you've sorted out your technical issues or not. You there, mate?
Yeah, I think I'm here for the time being. I'm not sure what in the world is going on. As I said, I think the iRacing gods may have some kind of objection to me doing this broadcast on very late notice. I got the word that I was going to do it when I woke up this morning. So, yeah, I've just been kind of sitting here and looking back and just looking at the live timing on the left-hand side of your screen with these SDK graphics, and just looking at some of these drivers, the yin and yang effect of them catching up and then dropping back. The lap traffic is just such a massive role in this race that I'm thinking I mean, we've said probably 100 times already, but that's going to be a big factor with this race, even when it comes to the AM fights as well, because I think they're the ones that get caught up in the crossfire mostly. I think the GT3 AMs are probably the ones getting beat around the most with the lap traffic. So I think even though the field is spread out a little bit with those battles up towards the front, I still think there's just, I mean, I think we're in just a few moments time, in a few laps time, we're going to be hitting the halfway mark of this race. But there's just so much more left to be decided. I really don't know what to keep my eyes on.
Exactly that. It's I think the thing about endurance racing is still being in with a chance within that last hour, because out of nowhere, and we'll probably see it here, we certainly saw it in the last two rounds, was a car we hadn't been discussing at all on the broadcast, all of a sudden was at the front of the field, and we were like, how did that happen? Because they're just staying under the radar. They're basically doing the lap in, lap out, consistency, and we keep referring to that word, but endurance racing is all about consistency. You got your sprint racers that can do flat out 15 minutes, half an hour races at absolute top speed, but there's so much more that goes into an endurance race than just making sure you're flat out fast, lap in, lap out. It's making sure you can do that constantly for an hour and be consistent. You don't have to be the fastest person on the track, as long as you're consistent with your lap times, and you can navigate yourself through the traffic to make sure you stay on the timings like as if you were on a clean track. They're the ones that are going to be, as we see, cut across there, and Dr. Barker just getting his nose near enough cut off. I don't wish he was barking in that car, I'd imagine, that chop move. But yeah, there's so much more. Just a quick shout to David. If you could give us the team squad members for the Morales W squad due deliveries, and if you could put it in the YouTube channel for us, we're having a look to see if we can change around the timing tab to know who is in that team, so we can account for them. So if you're able to give us that, David, in the YouTube chat, that would be appreciated. Wow, there we go. That's wonder what happened there. That was one of the LMDH cars. I think that was who was that? Craig Townsend from Fen Black Racing Team CMS. I think might have got. Let's have a look, see if we can have a look, see what happened there. Sure, that was. I think that may be him coming in. I think that may be him coming in after the incident there, Josh. Let's see if we can find it. This is the Ginger. It's the top of the GT3 car. Not quite happened there, but it's yeah, that certainly looked like maybe the BMW that we saw in there slightly made contact with the back of the LMDH car to be able to spin him around. But that was a big accident there. I think it was the Fendi. Let's see who the LMDH is. Remember Valhalla Motorsports? Those are the LMDH in the pits, so it might have been them, but unfortunately. David, I appreciate that. looking at now, so a few more of the
as sim racers nowadays, but I would still love to see that Ferrari in the game. I think that would be awesome.
Yeah, it definitely is. I was watching, quite ironic, a bit off topic, but I think it's quite interesting. I was watching a series that they've got running on Netflix at the moment about NASCAR, and there's a driver in there that basically came from iRacing, went into NASCAR, and now he's fighting for the championship, and it just shows you how realistic iRacing platform is to real life. The iRacing team extensively map the tracks, and the tracks are pretty much bang on to what they are in real life. We've seen it with quite a few of the iRacers moving up to real life racing. It's such a good platform to enhance and learn young drivers to maybe go into real life racing, and that's no mean feat for the rest of the field as well. You're getting the experience as if it was a real life situation. You were driving that car. I mean, you look at the technology that's available now for sim racers to purchase. I mean, you've got to enhance the effect and the immersion that you can get. You can get like rigs, motion rigs. It's just endless. And as long as you've got a bottomless pit to pull on or bank a dad, then you can pretty much be almost real life situations of driving these cars. The added a huge hefty mortgage to buy a new car. It's beautiful that you can actually still do that. Feel for it. It's nothing worse than commentator when you have sort of technical difficulties. But it's been. I don't know what you guys in the YouTube channel feel. Is it getting to the stage where it's too expensive and the gadgets and the pieces on the markets are actually detracting from the game itself, or are you loving the fact that you can be more immersive and get the fingers into a discussion in the YouTube channel of what you're feeling? And then obviously around the corner, but we might actually see rain one day on iRacing when on there, which will add another immersion effect into there, because 24 hours of Nürburgring in iRacing is permanently dry. Well, every single 24-hour real life event racing like that, half the track is dry, half the track is absolutely drenched. So it'd be good to get that in there. I think that's the final step of the hurdle, to be able to get that immersion factor in, to give the real life of driving around one of these in realistic weather conditions that you would see on the real track as well. Dave, I'll give you a shout out. Yes, I can see that Long Haul Racing 2, driven by Brett Stevens, is currently leading away in that GT3 AM category. So they have currently are on the same pit stop chart as the back pain and ice train at the moment, 0.7 of a second. But yeah, certainly outside shout the Long Haul Racing up 16 places from where they started this race. So didn't have the best of qualifying sessions, but certainly have put it all together in races. But I suppose that's another one, isn't it? You know, qualifying is like a separate race to the actual race itself. I've got a good friend of mine, Tom Bingham, who's exceptionally good during the races, but he just can't string a qualifying session to get himself in the position that he needs to. So therefore, you know, he does it all in the race and gets himself back up. So, I mean, you put yourself under a lot more pressure if you can't get up to the top end of your respective class field. But you find that you are either really good at the qualifying session, that 1 or 2 lap shootout, or you're not. And that's, you know, if you can get that bit and then get the race bit together, that's where you start getting the winners. Like, you know, Satellite Racing Teal, they're constantly at the front end of the grid, and you know they're constantly going to be quick during the race as well. So, you know, they've got all avenues sort of covered on that side. But long haul racing at the moment, I'm a fantastic racer. 16 positions. Just have a look if they are the biggest mover in the field. Them, along with the Balboa Motorsports, driven in sixth, but in 5th place in that GT. He's up again 16 places. So there's some big movers in that GT3 compared to the rest of the class. The rest of the classes are sort of in single digits. So the biggest mover in the LMDH is up 9 places, and that's Accent Racing LMDH. Currently running around in P15, third in LMDH amateur class. So they're up 9 places in that, but it's all down in the GT3s with the big movers. So the big mover in the GT3 Pro, up 12 places, is We Too Fast Racing, driven by Jack Chrissy. They're in 4th place in that Pro category, but that category is all going to get shaken up when that Airport Workers Union, if I was correct in seeing that, had a drive-through penalty. So that's going to be. Then we had our long-term leaders that weren't on the leaderboard that have succumbed to issues. Looked like it was a hardware issue, or the fact that the tyres are extremely warm on them GT3 cars. But it's certainly all shaking up in that GT3 Pro category and the GT3 AM category. You're back, Ron. Just trying to sort some technical difficulties out. So Ron's trying to sort out his mic, so please bear with us, and we'll try and sort out Ron's mic to get back on. Hear my voice and tones for the remaining 2 hours of this race. I'm pretty sure Ron is flexing and saying a few choice words. Mike has got to work out on field, but currently looking at the precision racing esports. Jeff Evans here, coming in P14th in class, are a long time ago leaders of this race. So had a few issues since the start. So the opening half hour of the race was all going swimmingly for the precision racing esports team. Then had that, it sort of changed from when they had that sort of slight moment, if you remember back to around about an hour and a half ago. Round turn number 8, where 2 GT3 cars spun in front of them, amazingly got off track, saved himself in no but ever since then hasn't really had the pace to push themselves back on and go the opposite way down. You see that Pat has now got back into the car, so it may be just a difference in racing abilities of the 2 drivers between himself and Jeff. That's just come out of the car, so we'll see where Pat can take that car now to the probably not the end of this, or it might well be. So they're currently in P15th overall. That is their 4th stop. So it looks like they have been in for some sort of damage that we missed earlier on, hence why they're now currently down in P14. We'll do that. So we're looking at perhaps just coming on his Outlander tyres, and I suppose the beauty of these LMDH cars is that they've got 5 sets of tyres to contend with, whereas the GT3, and I think Ron's mic is as amazed as he was, hence why it's not working, that the GT3 cars have only got 2 sets of tyres, and that includes the set that the drivers actually started from. You know, so they've literally got 1 tyre change throughout a 4-hour race. I mean, if you take it back like last year before the tyre model came in, that's not a problem. You could probably go a 4-hour stint. Certainly being at night where you're going to get the lower temperatures. It wasn't often to 3-4 stint a car with the tyres, but now with the new value, that was extremely wide there from Thomas Fisher of CMSRacing.com. Almost got caught out by the pit lane turn coming down through the source, but managed to not damage the car. That would have been a bit embarrassing live on the street, but managed to save himself. But yeah, it's now a tall order in racing to do sort of like a 2-hour stint on the same set of tyres. Certainly if you go longer than 2 hours, that's where you're really going to be starting. And then you've got to contend with, are the tyres going to just literally fall off a cliff? Because you get black flagged for the tyres being out there for my racing, so you have to pit in then. So if that's not within your sequence of where you're going to be going into the pit lane or going in for a refuel, if you have to go in for another time to stop for the tyres, that can completely blow your racing strategy. So, you know, you've got to take that into consideration when you're looking at the tyre wear on these cars. Obviously the LMDH have got 5 sets of tyres. There's Easy Strasser for them. Obviously, I'm not sure why they got 5 sets. Maybe David could elaborate on that. Why didn't they get like 2 or 3? Give them a little bit of a challenge like the GT3 classes, but they've been given 5, so they're fully utilising it. And at the moment we're watching Max Bureau and Teal currently out in lead. 36.7 is the gap, and this is the gap that we come to see with this team. They get out in front normally at the start. They had a bit of company, should we say, from the Precision Motorsports team. But ever since sort of they dropped away, the Satellite Racing Teal team have managed to pull out, and now we've got a 35-second gap in the front of this team and still pushing on. And this is the part of the race that these guys really excel at. You would think that you would sit back, just maintain that lead, but you know, I'd almost guarantee that that lead over Obsidian Future is probably going to raise a bit more as we watch Max here coming in for his pit stop. This will be pit stop number 3. So probably two more pit stops left for the team to do in this race. Another fresh set of tyres to go on for Max if they don't change around the drivers. Currently you have the Satellite Racing Team Blue in the pits as well, along with the Pneumatic Motorsport Blue and the SimH Blue and Motorsports Red. So 4 teams at the moment in the LMDH class coming into the pit. So that's round about right from where they should all start filtering in. But this is where you're going to start seeing the difference in the tactics of cars coming in. Some are going to come in slightly earlier now, some are going to come in as late as they can, some will be looking at fuel saving to try and make sure that we don't have that splash and dash that we mentioned at the start of the street, because that will really be a race car. Knowing that it takes 1 minute and 7 seconds to get through this, it's probably going to be felt even more in that mid-year due to the speed that these cars can go around the track. You know, they're doing lap times in 1:59, so 1 minute and 7 seconds is 3/4 of a way around this track. So that sort of puts into perspective the distance that you're looking at for doing that pit lane. You see there, Obsidian Racing feature. Oh no, second place car in that LMDH class. A stop and hold 5 seconds to Obsidian Racing feature. So that might not be too bad, because I think they'll be able to do that whilst taking a statutory stop anyway. So it's just an extra 5 seconds. Oh, a little bit of contact there coming out of the pits between our race leader, Satellite Racing Teal team. I'm not sure who that is in front. It's Ferrari. I don't know if that is number there, but hopefully no damage has been caused to either car there on that entry. The Desperado team coming out there, but a little bit of action there, as we see a lot more of the LMDH cars coming in and a few coming out of the pit. So a lot of them now coming in for their third pit stop overall. There we go, thanks Ryan. So it looks like Obsidian Racing car got hit by a GT3 even after the hold up earlier. So that's why they fell back. Okay, so there was an incident, which I thought there was one, but thanks for clearing that up for us. An incident with the GT3 cars. It's hardly surprising, really, with the amount of times that these LMDH cars are trying to overtake the GT3 cars. And as we've seen previous, it all depends on where you're actually passing the GT3 cars. You know, if you're passing it in this section now that we're watching Pat Kolchak go through of Precision Racing Esports, there's more likelihood of having an incident with a GT3 car, as opposed to round here going down into Pouhon all the way down to turn 13, or like the same coming out to turn 6C, Port de Frey corner, going all the way to the chicane. You know, it's all about where you hit the traffic in the car, is to how much risk you want to put into it, and that's what you've got to weigh up as a team, the risk to reward benefits, is to say, if I go up the inside of him, how much time am I actually going to achieve or gain, compared to if I just wait and take him on the next straight, because obviously the speed difference between these two cars is immense. So on a straight, the work will be done much. Currently having a look at Accent Racing LMDH, so one of our big movers in the LMDH field, up 8th position, driven by Brandon Lambert, currently in P4 in the LMDH amateur category. So he's going on quite nicely there. Just one of the Doug's in 5th place. How far we are just behind him, so these two are the yellow cars, just these two are racing position. So that GT3 car behind is going to affect the Desperado Doug's team going up through. Yes, it does. Look at that. See the speed difference there, you know. Desperado Doug's unfortunately got caught up behind that GT3 car. I don't know if we were able to get a video of that at all. You can see the difference in speed, and obviously he has now lost out of position over. But that was a classic example of coming up right down the Rouge. Your GT3 car, a lot slower, obviously, as we go 3 wide here, going down into Brussels. Let me go on a squeeze up there. Luckily, that's an Audi driver gave him enough room there going through Brussels, and up through No Name to make sure there was no incident there. So a big shout out to that Audi driver that literally just saw the huge lights of the Overtake Team Blue, driven by Jared Uphill, there in 13th place overall, currently in field. So these are having a bit of a battle here for the LMDA chance between Desperado Doug's, that we're currently watching on track, and Dog Bear Bark, that is just behind. No, sorry, that is Overtake Team Blue that's just behind, no mistake, of the Desperado Doug. So these two having a decent battle, but sort of letting the Excellent Racing LMDH team with Brandon to be able to just scamper off with these two sort of fighting over each other. And here again, we have a GT3 on a relatively slow corner. We're going to hold up these two LMDHs, but none of them making an aggressive move. But certainly race is now certainly on between these two drivers as they come over. The GP start finish coming down to the source to start another lap. So this may be right in on the wall for the overtake blue team on Deathblow. Certainly if he can keep this one, let's stay on board with him as he goes up through Red and Rouge, just to watch the slipstream effect of these two cars in action. It's relatively clear, so the car in front has no slipstream. He does, but like I said, it all comes right at the end here. Is he? Oh, he's just coasting here a little bit. Probably trying to do a bit of fuel saving here. So there's the tactic we've not seen. That normally comes through on endurance race. Ron, do we have you back again?
I think I may be back. The power of a verbal threat. I hope to whatever deity there may be, RN Jesus, that this is the last of the issues, because I need to take like some kind of Advil to lower my blood pressure, because I've been ripping my hair out trying to fix this, which I cannot afford to do. Both of my brothers went bald by the time they were 25, so I want to keep my hair for as long as I can, so I cannot afford any sort of technical issues. So fingers crossed. I don't want to jinx myself. I may have pulled off the worst commentator's jinx ever, but I hope this works.
It certainly does. It's one of the, I suppose it's one of them things, isn't it? You know, we all have technical difficulties. It's just how we overcome them. And hopefully now you have Ron's voice, who a little bit different than mine, so a bit more entertainment back in his voice. I think that is a thing with I find with American fans. You're very excitable. I don't know if that's stereotyping you, but I think that's a thing.
I don't know, maybe some of us are just having like an intake of illegal substances that we cannot name here on Apex Racing TV. I mean, I've been in love with racing ever since I was 4, when my dad took me to my first ever NHRA drag race at this track, Willow Grove Dragway. Back in 2009, I was 4 back then. So when I was hearing David talk about how the series was really started back in 1999, I really wanted to interject by saying I was -5 at the time, but I couldn't really because of the technical issues. But I mean, I just love racing, and thankfully I've been able to commentate races here on Apex Racing TV for the past year now. It hasn't even felt like it's been that long, but I think maybe just us American commentators, we absolutely love racing. We wouldn't do anything else, so maybe that's the reason why we're a little bit more excitable, energetic, or it could be the illegal substances I mentioned earlier.
It's probably our straight-laced Brits, you know. It takes us a lot to get excited, but when we do, we do get excited. But I think the biggest
seltzer.
Yeah, definitely. But no, I think the biggest one I saw, and it did amaze me. And have a look for our viewers. Have a look back at it. But, it's our very own Austin. And it was the super truck racing we did about 2 years ago now, I think it was. But it was an amazing series. I was actually driving in it, and it was actually me that caused an incident with one of our other commentators, one and only Sam Fitzpatrick. And I think that's the very first time that a producer has had to mute a commentator because he was laughing so loud that literally couldn't hear anything. He screamed his head off, just laughing. But have a look about it. It's the super trucks in Long Beach is the one. But that was an extremely, when I listened to it back, it was just so funny. But that whole series, I think, was just more laughing than actually saying anything else. It's just amazing. It was an amazing sort of driving, completely different to what we're seeing now. There was no lines. You could do what you want as long as you got a lap, because the slow down penalties in them super trucks was still flat out. It would run out the time you didn't have to slow down or nothing. So it was a great bit of racing. So there was that's why I just thought that that was funny. But have a look at that. It's on the Apex Racing TV channel, but it was just so funny, and it was really good to race it. But anyway, back to the realities and back to this one.
I have found that race. I have combed through the archives, and I will be posting that in the in-race chat for this race here on Apex Racing TV right now. for anyone to come through. Of course, after this, because we still have a lot left to be decided between now and the checkered flag, we'll do the math. We are 5/8 of the way, coming up to the 5/8 of the way mark of this race. You can see that field spread is it's spread all throughout the field. There's no real big gaps. Probably the biggest gap throughout the whole field is probably about 5 seconds between two cars. So the lap traffic issue is becoming more and more of an issue. Maybe we'll reach the point where all the cars just converge onto each other just on one point of the track. Maybe we'll see that between now and the finish. That'd be a real interesting one. We'll get flashbacks to the time the field went through the lap traffic for the first time all the way back at the start of the race. So that'd be a nice little tidbit to have in the final, do the math, 3/8 of this race. We just got word from our producer Josh that my microphone is finally sounding good. I mean, I don't know. I was saying in the other little communication channel that we have that I had no idea what in the world was going on. I was taking a look at my AirNet, being like, okay, is there some kind of issue there? Like, it wasn't a connection issue with my microphone. I had to test that to be like, I was just like, check 1 2 1 2 1 2 check. Barreling into the microphone, just saying complete nonsense, seeing if the microphone would cut out, but it didn't happen. So it was just some kind of weird connection issue with Discord. Again, as Andy said a few moments ago, that kind of stuff happens, but still a little bit frustrating from my perspective, commentating races here on Apex for about 11 months. Never had that kind of thing happen before, and then it happens on the longest broadcast I've ever done here on Apex. Actually, the second longest broadcast I've ever. This is my second endurance race. First one I ever did, we're basically a podcast now. Andy just went to use the bathroom, so there's just a little bit of a podcast here real quick. Second longest, second endurance race broadcast I've ever done was actually the Make-A-Wish Drive for Wishes charity event that was streamed on the Make-A-Wish International YouTube channel, where we raised about over $20,000 for Make-A-Wish. That was a wonderful cause to be a part of. And in that 4.5-hour long podcast, in that 4.5-hour long broadcast, it was basically a podcast, and some very strange things were said. There was one point I remember, this was like an hour into the broadcast, where I was reading out a review of a French restaurant outside of the city of Philadelphia, where I'm from, where this person was generally upset with how their meal went at said restaurant. And then the owner chimed in, because on Google Maps you can, like, if you're the owner of the establishment that has this negative review, you can leave a reply to that person. So I went down this rabbit hole when I was covering that race with Sam Fitzpatrick back in the later stages of 2023, and that is probably the hardest I've laughed in some time. Andy mentioned how commentators had to mute themselves because they were laughing too hard. I had to mute myself because I was very well close to peeing myself from laughing. So thankfully, in this race thus far, we haven't had any moments like that, and we actually have the pit stops approaching here. You can see that was Steven 7G, if I butchered that pronunciation, I apologize, in the Overtake Team blue car, currently running P15 in the LMDH Pro category. He's put together a pretty quiet race. We haven't seen too much of him, but he just got that pit stop done in that BMW. We'll see him try and negotiate the lap cars farther up the road than number 97. Right there in his sights, the BMW running in the GT3 Pro category, so we'll see him dispatch that car fairly quickly. But all the prototypes and the GTs are coming in now. Michael Hooper, who was running up towards, well, he's running in second. He was running what we thought was first. He was running second throughout most of that. Still putting together a pretty good race right now, running in P4. Has dropped back a little bit, of course, with this pit stop. We'll see how things shake up once the pit stops are done and taken care of. But right now, running in P4 in that Ferrari with the Moradness M Squad Ginger Liveries car in P5, still with that blue little ticker. My favorite color is blue, so I can't really be too upset, but it does stick out a little bit like a sore thumb with all that red there. But still, it's a Ferrari. It's got the blue, so I guess it kind of equals out, because you've got Ferrari obviously known for having the color red, even though it's the blue check mark right next to it. So I guess that kind of evens out, it kind of counteracts. So I guess not real much of an issue. Still, I think we need to focus on the action, because right now, 2 hours 34 minutes, just a tick over 2 hours 34 minutes into this race, it's kind of done. I wouldn't say dumb to say, with an hour 26 left on the clock, that we don't have much long left in this race, but compared to the 4 hours that these drivers had to contend with at the start, that 1 hour 26 does not feel like a long amount of time. So we'll just have to see what happens. But I think, speaking of what has happened, I believe, Andy, you have come back. So welcome back, my friend. What have you been paying attention while I've been going on this random spiel of mine?
I have been, mate, and it's been an entertaining random spiel. So yeah, it's always good to have them laughing fits. But we can sort of see here we were just looking there in that GT3 profile between the Ginger Liveries and the Bearport Workers Union. You know, they were so far in front at the beginning of this race. It's going to be interesting to see if they can now make a comeback and get themselves back at the front of that GT3. But there is a sizable gap. You can see there 36 seconds between themselves and the front. But saying that, that's how far they were ahead after an hour and a half of racing. So it's not under the realms of expectations that could possibly be done. I mean, Michael Hooper, I mean, he's doing a monster stint, still at the helm of that Mercedes. Nearly 2.5 hours he's done now, so he's certainly going to be doing the three. It's going to be interesting to see who can actually get in there. But yeah, good. But currently watching Desperado Doug's up in 4th place in the LMDH so he has managed to shake off Team Blue. Having a bit of a fight. Just having a look. Pit stops, no, they're both done the same. So it's probably just the effect, like you said, of the GT3s just slowing up certain cars around certain places that they've managed to get away. All that the cars still a long way to go, like you say. It's an hour and 24 minutes to go in this 4-hour endurance race, and you've seen how quickly there's just one incident if you get a drive-through penalty. So we've seen both of the top two that were in that Ginger Liveries, they had an incident, so they had to come in for a repair. And then we had the Bearport team having to come in for a drive-through penalty. So, you know, anything can happen still within this. You see a bit of an incident. Penguin RC Simulation driven by Ray Kingsbury having a slight issue coming around the source. Have a look at the replay, that's what happened. So it's a vast array of GT3 cars. That is 111. Oh, it just literally overshoots.
I think that was Pat Pelchak in the 111 car. Yeah, very strange incident here heading into 1.
He's probably concentrating more on that GT3. He was lucky not to take out one of the GT3 cars, but he's probably more. He's probably looking more at Pat than where his actual braking marker was. Completely lost his braking marker and went through. Luckily, it split 2 GT3 cars because that could have been a big incident there going into the source.
That was just a simple case of like target fixation, I guess would be the correct technical term to describe that. That was just a driver, I wouldn't say distracted driving by any means, but actually no, I think distracted driving would be the correct term, just focusing on those GT cars so much that he was like, oh crap, I gotta brake for this corner, and just slam on the brakes. Very lucky to get away with that without any sort of damage. I will say those tires are definitely a little bit dusty there, so I can imagine he'll definitely be suffering the effects of that little incident of his into turn 1 for many more laps to come. But I think we're reaching that point of the race where some of these drivers that have been in the car for a little while now are starting to feel that mental strain really affect the way they're driving.
Yeah, 100%. You still get fatigue. You get more fatigued at night because during the day your braking markers are really obvious. You probably do stuff off track. And when it's a bit night, it's sometimes a little bit harder to see your braking markers. So you've got to concentrate a little bit more to try and do it. So it's always very much more tiring to drive at night than it is on a lit track, which is a lot less of a hassle when it comes to concentration. If you're looking at other stuff, but we're sort of looking at 3 hours of driving at night. Let's have a look at this. It's a possible incident for David Lewis in a Can-Am racing. First spot. Spot down before coming into the pits there, so no incidents, but luckily our project file tells us incidents. Let's have another look at, or another shout out for another one of the sponsors of this wonderful series, SimRacing247.com. SimRacing247.com is a proud sponsor and supporter of great iRacing communities such as Champion Motorsport. SimRacing247 is an independent sim racing network that prides itself on providing news and more to the sim racing and driving community in the gaming genre. We carry out the following with great staff and hard work: non-stop content, race reports, promotions, community support, features, investigations, analyse and reviews. If it's all about sim racing, then you'll find it on this website. SimRacing247.com is the place for those that enjoy sim races, rookies or pros. Sim racing is for everyone. And obviously our other title sponsor, Penguin RC Simulation. Great high-performance driving accessories reasonably cost at Penguin RC Simulation provide wheels and bottom boxes along with specialised equipment such as e-stops for direct drive hardware and iFlag drive. Head over to www.penguinsrc.com. So there's our two great title sponsors for this series that have donated some impressive prizes to the winners of all four categories. About five actually, I think, with the over 50 championship as well, which is going to be heating up on. But I like the sound of that one though, Ron. Over 50. It doesn't matter what class you're in, so you can be in any other class, but as long as you hit that tender age of 50 plus, then you're automatically into the championship. So whatever points you finish off in that race in your current car goes towards your championship for the over 50s. So like I said when we were speaking to David, so Billy Sigmund is currently leading the way on 52 points in that over 50 category, where he's driving in the GT3 AM category, where LMDH amateur driver in second place Wayne Hutchinson is currently on 50 points, with Can-Am Racing's Drew Radika, who's in the GT3 AM category on 43, along with Bert Trossing from the LMDH AM category on 43. So there's your top four in the over 50s, with Larry Ford in 5th, Ken Schmickel in 6th, David Nielsen, Ray Partridge, Will Evermore, Mike Tyler, Dave Anderson, Dan Fenwick and Jesse Pate is running out. So there's all the over 50 drivers in the field. So great seeing that there's that side of the community, that side of the age barrier in this race. So shout out to them guys.
It sounds like a great class to be a part of, a nice little battle within a battle of, as you said, you got the GT3s, you got the GTPs in there. I would love to join it. Sadly, I think the day that I'll be able to join that would be December 21st of 2054. So sadly, I'm a little bit short of the age barrier to actually get into that class, but it is a really nice battle that we'll have to keep our eyes on, not only throughout this race, but also throughout the rest of the season as well. That's going to be a real good one to follow. It's nice to have those little inter-class battles, shall we say, because it's nice to have the LMDH Pro, LMDH AM, GT3 Pro, and GT3 AM, but it's nice to have that small little inner fight as well that may not be for the biggest prizes as you expect from the pro categories, but it's a little bit of bragging rights as well that some of those drivers get if they do well in that championship.
Yeah, well, I could join it next year, so I'm getting in that bracket, the over 50 club, so I can probably join that next season. I might have an opportunity to do well in that, so I might have to have a look at that. But I enjoy commentating too much, and I enjoy commentating the endurance series. You mentioned the longest one you've done. I don't know how long you did it, but I think the longest one I've ever done was we did another charity event for, it was an official, which race? I think it was it's a Spa 24. It was a Spa 24. We did, I think as we see an unusual mistake there from Max Mir from Saturday Racing Seal. Still managing to somehow get it hooked up around the corner, but the GT3 car behind not too happy with his unorthodox lines coming through the bus stop. But unscathed there is Max on there. But yeah, back to what we're saying. I think the longest one on that, which was a Spa 24 hours, I think in total I must have done around about 13 hours of commentary on that. I absolutely loved it. I personally prefer endurance racing to the sort of hour sprint races. So I think you get an opportunity to sort of chat and chat about other stuff, spin the yarn or however you want to call it. But I enjoy it, and it's more of a slower pace. I suppose that's something to do with my age.
13 hours. I thought the 4.5. I thought the 4.5 one I did for the charity race, and then the 5 here was a lot. 13 hours. I mean, I assume not all in one shot. I would hope to God not all in one shot, because I don't even think I could do one activity for 13 hours straight without going insane.
It was 2 stints, 2 6-hour stints I did.
Okay.
I love it.
Took some pressure off. I was going to say 13 hours straight. That would be, I don't know what kind of illegal substances they have in the UK that would make you think, yeah, 13 hours in a row, that'd be good. I don't think there's enough Adderall in the world that would allow me to do 13 hours straight. That is, I don't know, maybe I'll try and do that one now. I would definitely have to get some illegal substances. Thankfully, one of the worst areas of Philadelphia is about a 5-mile drive away from me. So I definitely would have the sources to get that kind of stuff if I wanted to do that. But before I get myself fired, let's touch on the action here at the top of the LMDH category. You can see now Rudy Valentine. It's perfect time for Valentine's Day coming up in 10 days. He is moving up quite well. Actually, oh no, he's hitting the wall. Very bad mistake. Right after he pulls off a great move.
Oh, there's a call to the commentator, Kurt. Really, that was... I mean, it looks like he's going to be able to get that back to the thing. That front right-hand tyre, is that going to stay on? That's rather bouncy there. But that was a big hit coming through No Name. I'm amazed he's been able to carry on, to be honest. I mean, look at that front right-hand tyre.
Yeah, that is a shock, but that's such a disappointment. He's going to have to, I mean, fingers crossed he didn't spend one of his fast repairs already. As you said very, very early on in this broadcast, it can be a little bit of a rookie mistake to click that fast repair on, come in, basically fix like a small little hole in the rear wing and have it be nothing, just a small little duct tape. Ooh, very close to contact with the Porsche right behind him, trying to navigate some lap traffic there, nearly resulted in contact between 2 GTPs. But fingers crossed he didn't have that fast repair checked off on one of the earlier stops, because that would be a terrible, terrible blow to have to repair that kind of damage. He would have to be in the pits for probably about 25 minutes it would take to repair all that damage. That's extensive damage on the front end of that car, and such a shame. He was running in a great position, but sadly for him, I think it's all come to blows here in the second half of this race.
It certainly has, and I've just been amazed. Have a look who is in 3rd place at the moment in that LMDH Pro category. How have they managed to get up to 3rd place? That is Satellite Racing Team Blue. I mean, that is a phenomenal place that team has had. So if we just recount the issues that they've had. So at the start of the race, they basically had an incident that saw them go from 3rd place down to the bottom of the field in the LMDH Pro category. And they also basically had it's obviously the pass was pretty easy, considering that front car there was completely trashed that we just seen, so relatively nice pass. Yeah, but looking at that, then they had a drive-through penalty as well, which put them further back down, so they started making progress, and now they're actually in P3, driven by David Williams. It just shows you, like, David came on and basically said that, you know, they're a phenomenal team. There's some great drivers in there, and you know, this is probably one of the comebacks of the day for that team after having a disastrous start to this race, to then basically come up and be in a podium position. I think he's been fortunate with the Penguin RC Simulation Carbon team just having that issue, but it looks like they've had managed to keep their fast repair, so I reckon they're watching us on the screen, Ron, and realised what I said and did that, so I'll take the kudos for that. And they should be back on their way after doing a pit stop. We might as well do a pit stop because we're going in to get a repair.
Have they done a driver change as well? Because I now see Blake Reynolds in that car. I think, I don't think he was in that car at the time of the incident. The name of the driver that we saw hit the wall there is escaping me now, but I think they might have done a driver change there as well. So I think that could be something that we need to follow with this next series of pit stops. I'm sure a lot of these drivers are going to hop out of their cars a little bit sweaty, a little bit exhausted after 2 hours and 49 minutes in the sim. I can't really blame them. I'm already sweaty just sitting here in the commentary booth. You can tell the air conditioning isn't working here, but I think, yeah, it won't shock me one bit if a little bit of mental fatigue played a role in that accident. That was just very, very tough luck. It looked like he pulled off the move there smoothly, but just sadly, just a few points. It shows you the quick change of fortune that he can have here in the world of motorsports. Just one corner, you're feeling like $1 million. Next corner, you have a wrecked race car with $1 million worth of debris on the racetrack. It's such a shame, but again, shows off the quick change of how things can go in motorsports.
But luckily, there's no dollar sign as attributed to that completely written off car that they fixed in 2 seconds. So it was a change of drivers, because if I remember rightly, it was Valentina he was in, because you mentioned it's Valentine's Day coming up. So it was ironic that was it, and that was directly after he smashed into the wall. So you can take that one.
I think, I don't know, maybe it's like some kind of Valentine's Day curse or something like that. I've never gotten the opportunity to mention Valentine's Day on a broadcast, so maybe maybe I should just stay quiet on that, not mention Valentine's Day. Otherwise, we might see this man, Sammy Hendricks, pull off the track in a massive cloud of smoke. He might try and get a move done here. Actually, I believe there's a lap car farther up the road. There's a 420 that he may overtake, a lap car situation. He is about, I'm looking, 38 seconds behind the Bear Pope Workers Union car there. So him in the number 144, putting on a decent drive. He's a name I recognize from the S1 Racing GT3 Sprint Series here on Apex Racing TV. If you'd like to stay up to date on all the action here on Apex, remember to hit the subscribe button, hit the notification bell, do all that stuff. If you use YouTube for about 5 minutes, you know roughly what to do here on this website. But he's a name I recognize from there. He's never really been one of the top drivers in that series, but he's always been fairly clean, fairly consistent. He's kept it clean in quite a lot of the races from that series, and we're seeing that once again, and that's really a good factor when it comes to trying to find an endurance racing driver, just being able to keep it on the road, keep it at the barriers, and just, if you can keep your race car clean at the end of those 4 hours, you could be running up towards the front. So I think if they play their cards right with that number 144 Audi, he may be at a shot of finishing on the podium here in the GT3 Pro category.
Yeah, it definitely is, and it is. We keep mentioning him, but it is. It's all about consistency. Sammy Hendricks, who I know very well from other leagues that I've commentated on, he's definitely an up-and-coming driver. Is Sammy? He started off, learning his ropes, exactly like we were talking about with David. If you are, I can't recommend it high enough, if you are brand new to iRacing, get yourself, and you feel confident and you know how to move your car and you can position your car on the track, I cannot recommend it highly enough that you join one of these leagues, whether it's this one or an Apex one or any other one. Get yourself on there. Don't be scared or intimidated, because the standard of racing that you'll get in a league compared to, say, the iRacing official series, they're chalk and cheese. iRacing gets some dubious people, shall we say, we'll leave it at that, on track. But in the league racing, everything's a lot cleaner, and there's a lot more respect that's given to the drivers. So, get yourself on there. It can be daunting. I remember the first time I joined one of the Apex leagues back in the day. I was a bit nervous, and you're getting on there. But at the end of that season, you learn so much about different driving styles, how to position your car on track, and I say it's second to actually getting one-to-one tuition. So, that's how much I highly rate it. So have a look at the Championship Motorsport, go to their website. Like David said, that you cater for every single iRacing range. So there'll be something there that you can look at. So have a look at their website, see what you can get involved in, and I guarantee you will love it and you'll be hooked on league racing. And certainly if it's broadcasted, you'll get yourself on one of the broadcasts and in the box or whatever, so you can keep it for keepsakes for forever in a day.
got a small little screenshot of the computer screen printed out, just having a small little, I don't know, maybe keep it in, I'm trying to think of the word now, a time capsule. There we go. Keep it in a time capsule and just bury it in the ground. Ooh, that was a big moment there with Miguel Colon there navigating the lapped car, the number 97 Mercedes. I believe that was the Delta Simtech driver, if I'm not mistaken, going through Lake Home. That was a very tense moment there, threading the needle. I think these GTP drivers are reaching the stage of the race where they're starting to feel a bit more gutsy with their moves. They're feeling confident in the race cars, feeling confident in themselves. So we might see some more aggressive moves here. We'll just have to wait and see. But getting back to the point there of the league racing, it's kind of like back before the days of like strict child laws of like, okay, you can't do this if you're a parent because then you'll go to jail. Just like throwing the kid into the deep end of the pool. That may be a good learning process when it comes to racing. That's really how I got into racing in real life myself. Kind of got chucked into the deep end of the pool. So I think maybe with sim racing, that same kind of mindset may work for some of these drivers.
Yeah, 100%. And because you don't have to pay for it if you wreck a car, it's not like it's costing you an absolute fortune. As long as you've got the basic rig of a wheel and a screen in front of you, you can race. You know, you can put yourself against people that got thousands of pounds of rigs around them and that to be able to do, as we see, a stop and go, 55 seconds for Olympus Sport for avoidable contact, warning to Olympus for unnecessary use of flashing lights as well. So they're not having the best day at the office of the Olympus Esports Titan team, and that has our very own Lewis Aurora in there as well. Normally a very quick outfit, guys, as we can see there. Christopher Stevenson. One thing I do like about Olympus, I know a lot of the guys in that team, is the wonderful top that Christopher is modelling now. That he's even hairless now, so he's probably going to strike some poses or something. But they've got their own tops on and they've got their own gloves, and yeah, no, it's a really good outfit. And unfortunately, they've just not had the best of times here, currently in P15. But we've got a might have a replay here. Have a look. One thing I do want to do, and a big shout out there to Quicker Racing Pro. They have been in the pits for a considerable time getting the repair. Like I said at the start about this championship, is the dropout rate is extremely low. So we are currently 2 hours and 56 minutes into this race. So just going to get into the final hour of this race, and we have the full field still out on field driving around. There's not one team that has dropped out of this championship, and I mean that is a credit to the league that out of 54, there are 55 cars, but Team Breakfade didn't take to the field to begin with. So out of the 54 drivers that actually started this race, there are still 54 running around, whether they're in first place, last place, 20 laps down, they are still there. So, you know, that's a tribute to one, the driver and the teams for not giving up, and two, for the way that the league is sort of being run as well. So a big shout out to Dave, his team, all the sponsors, all the stewards as well. I mean, that is such a thankless task, you know, trying to decide who gets drive-through penalties and who doesn't, because, you know, as we said before on in this, is that drive-through penalty is pretty much a race ender, being a minute and 5 minutes. Certainly in the LMDH car, it's literally 3/4 of a lap in a distance, that drive-through penalty on an LMDH. So a big shout out to them guys that are sat on the view desk looking at loads of replays, because I'm pretty sure they're being kept busy by these teams putting in the protest against each other and being pragmatic about how they approach the penalty givings on that. So a big shout out to that. One of the things, Ron, that I'm really interested in, I'm just looking down the timing tower, it's different strategies of the GT3 field. I mean, I'm just looking at the laps here. So there's a section of cars that came in on lap 52, currently on lap 74, going all the way up to 74. So you've got a difference there of 12 laps difference between quite a few cars as well, between the difference. So it's going to be interesting to see which strategy works out.
What I'm really wondering is, when did they take their tires? Because I'm sure a vast majority of the GT3 drivers have already taken their tires, but I just wonder, like, of those drivers to come in a little bit later, did they take their tires a little bit earlier, or are there some drivers that haven't even taken their tires yet? That's a really big, that's going to be a big role, because if you're a driver that pitted around the 2-hour 15 mark, and we're at the 2:59 now, you already have about 45 minutes on those tires, and you still have an hour left to go. Meanwhile, if there's a driver running farther behind, dropping back like a rock just because they're on tires that are basically worn down to the canvas, maybe they might be ones to keep an eye out for. I don't think there's any way to distinguish the drivers that have taken tires thus far as opposed to the ones that haven't. I don't think there's a way to tell the difference, but I think we may be able to tell it pace-wise. It's still pretty good. I'm feeling confident that the Overtake Team Black team is going to hold off any sort of challenge they have between now and the finish. We're about to hit the final hour of this race in about 10 seconds, but I think a 40-second gap that he has right now to the Bear Pope Workers Union team in P2, that's a pretty sizable gap even in an endurance race. So I think it's looking fairly good for some of these drivers, but again, it's endurance racing, it's the world of motorsports, anything can change in the final hour of this race.
They certainly are. They've still got a pit. They have done one pit stop less than the rest of the GT3 field. That is Overtake Team Black, who's leading the way in the GT Pro, as well as over Team Pink. But, you know, you're looking at, you tipped over, we're now into the final hour of this race. They can do one more pit stop and get to the end of the race, where the rest of the drivers are going to have to pit in for probably another pit stop. So, you know, talking what, about half an hour's time, the rest of the field. So that driver, like you were saying, coming into the pits in the next couple of laps, could see himself to the end, and that's one pit stop less. And we just know how much time one complete pit stop is in this race. So, you know, that's saving you around about a minute and a half. So that's like half a lap in the GT3 car. So they are looking good and in a really good position, both themselves and the Overtake Team Pink. So it might be a massive strategy. And that's like I was saying at the start. We have not talked about Overtake Team Black, and we have not talked about Overtake Team Pink until now, the final hour of the race. And that's where you really want to be in the fray for the win.
And they were coming into their own. They were peaking at the right time, so we got to imagine. I mean, they need to pit at some point, obviously, but we'll see. Last lap, and you can see 2 minutes 21.329. So I think they are struggling for pace right now. Maybe doing a little bit of fuel saving. That could be the reason why they're stretching their stint quite a lot here. That could be a very good reason why they haven't pitted thus far. But I think it's still. It's going to be an uphill battle for them. You can see now on the left-hand side of your screen with the SDK graphics, their fastest lap is at 2:18.5, which is quite considerably slower than the Delta Simtech team right behind them, as we have a drive-through penalty to the organization for avoidable contact. I was looking at that. I was like, is that some kind of typo? Is there some sort of coding error that's led to that kind of penalty? But no, the organization has picked up a drive-through penalty, a very costly penalty. Haven't seen many post-race penalties, shall we say, from the series that I do the officiating at. You usually see 10-second post-race penalties. It's fairly it doesn't happen really where you expect to see some drive-throughs, but there have been a lot of drivers making some sort of mistake, and this is another one. We're getting a replay here of a crash heading down the back straightaway, I believe.
Yeah, it definitely is, with the organisation coming into the bus stop. Just takes it wide, actually. So no rear assist. Got a little bit of a bump in the rear end. No damage to the back of the organisation's car there. So managed to carry on, but it did get a drive-through penalty, didn't it? So Daniel Merchant is currently in the pits. Overtake Team Black. So like I said, Overtake Pink team will be in shortly. Maybe do one lap more, because the last time that Daniel Merchant came in, or team Overtake Team Black, was lap 52. Well, I think they'll be able to get should be able to get to the end of the race on this. So this could be a mark of genius. So looking at the rest of them, all the three stoppers are all around about 70 to 74. So they may have to make another stop at the end of this race, because you can't go over an hour in these GT3 cars. So they're all going to have to stop again. So they're in a really strong position at the moment, and their pit stop strategy has been perfect. They probably did exactly like we were saying, Ron, was the first half of the race, they were just managing their fuel. They were fuel saving, stretching it as far as they could go, and not really being in contention, because they've now taken all, as we see the OVRTK Team pit just miss their box and back up a little bit on the, they're on there getting their tyres. So there you go, 3 hours before they have their tyre change on that team there for you, Ron.
Yeah, that is going to be one that I need to keep my eyes on there. That's going to be pretty close. But as that's been going on in the GT fight, actually the satellite racing team Teal has come in, so they've dropped out of the top 4. But they have a pretty massive gap there in the LMDH Pro category, so I think they're probably on their way to a pretty commanding win. This is a little bit of a loaded question, but do you think they're going to win by 1 lap? They're about, I think it was 1 minute 30 ahead of their adversaries when they came into the pits last time by, so maybe they can do it. I think it'd be a little bit of an uphill climb, but they've shown really uncontendable pace. No one has really been able to touch them thus far. Maybe it could happen. What do you think, Andy?
I mean, it certainly could be. I wouldn't put it from the means of that team. I think Daytona, they were over like near enough a minute ahead of the rest of the field. Saying that in round 2, they were a sizable lead by the end of the race, ahead of the second place. The only thing I'm looking at now, so we've got 55 minutes left of this race to go. Coming in for a pit stop now, is that going to be enough to see them through the end of the race? Or are they going to have to fuel save to be able to make sure that they can win it? But if they've got, like you were saying, a minute plus, they could come in for a splash and dash and still be out in the lead.
I think they could also afford to just massively fuel save. I mean, I think they've already have, actually I don't believe they have the fastest lap of the race, but they pretty well up there. I mean, they're on track to take the win, so I guess what's the fastest lap in the grand scheme of things? So we'll see the rest of the I keep calling them GTPs, the LMDH Pros. I need to get that squared away into my head, finally getting that squared away at like 3 hours into this broadcast. But you can see now Miguel Colon in the Pneumatic Motorsports blue car trundling down pit road, the long run. I think, is he running in 5th gear? Is that, am my eyes deceiving me? I think he's running, actually, okay, so now he's running in a higher gear, maybe a little bit of fuel saving just so he doesn't have to be stopped in his box for too long, running in those higher gears, running around 2,500 RPM there, going down the pits. That is very, very low for a race car. So the fact it's a little bit of an interesting shot. I mean, I can't be too surprised that people are doing that. It's a smart call, but I haven't seen it from any other team so far, so maybe my eyes have just been deceiving me all throughout this race, but a little bit of a nice little dead giveaway of a smart call there for Cologne.
Yeah, it definitely is. We're starting to see all the LMDHs coming in for their possibly final. It's going to be a tall order, considering that it's like 45 minutes and everybody had come in for their first stint. So can they eke it out past 45 minutes without doing some fuel save, or are they going to have to do some fuel saving in their on the car? So I'm just looking down the satellite teal races. So they've obviously come in for hopefully what is their last. So it's 4 stops that the LMDHs have had. The precision racing sports unfortunately have had 5 spots, and as we know, they're on a comeback. They're currently up into P9th. They were down, I think it was down P16 when Pat got back in the car, so he's driving that car like a madman, getting up, back up in there, which you would expect, to be honest, being that he was the pole sitter, so we know he's quick around here when it comes to count, so he's up there. 104's here, that was my outside chance. God, I'd love it if I was right and they were in on the podium. They're currently in P2. I'm just going to have a look here. So it's HQ Motorsport Red. They've obviously done their second stop at the moment. So our 104 is going to be in the podium positions. I hope so. So let's go there. I think we've got somebody standing by for an interview. Thomas Fisher. Ron, do you want to see if your mic can last long enough to have a chat with Thomas?
Yeah, fingers crossed I don't run into any sort of technical issues while talking to you, Thomas Fisher. Thank you so much for joining us. And some people may not be aware of the position that you have here in this race, so why don't you tell the viewers why you're a part of this event?
Yeah, so I'm a driver for the number 76 CMS Racing Pro Team. You know, the team that is owned by the people who are putting on this league. So some might say I don't have a choice, some might say I do, but I'm not entirely sure which one it is.
Well, I just want to clear up any confusion. We are not forcing you to be here, although we did drag you by the collar a little bit to bring you here into the commentary booth. But the SimRacing.com Pro Team has put together a fairly up and down race down 4 positions from where you started. But of course, we are in the midst of a pit cycle right now. So just how has it been for that team so far throughout this race?
It's been, you know, incredibly unlucky for us. The pace has been there all race for us. You know, we've pretty much always been catching from where we've been, but unfortunately, we've just been stuck, you know, caught up in other people's mistakes. And there's not much we've been able to do, but we've kept the nose clean, I think. Fingers crossed. I don't know. Maybe there's a penalty coming our way for something that I'm not aware of yet. Watch out! I'll have jinxed it now. In 3 seconds, we'll get a drive through. But yeah, no. We're suffering with some floor damage right now. I'm not sure if the broadcast picked it up, but right at the start of my first stint, there was a Ferrari that brake checked me, moved in front of me, brake checked me into the chicane, and I ended up hopping over the sausage curbs to avoid him. And we're still struggling with some floor damage from there, but we don't want to be using the fast repair just yet, just in case we get caught up in something.
Well, I must say that car of yours is actually looking fairly decent right now. That Cadillac, I was going to say the last time by, actually the time before then actually set that car's fastest lap of the race. So I'll take a look at my live timing screen to see if y'all actually improved on that best lap last time by. If I can scroll through here really quickly. Actually, actually improved on that lap time even more, so that car definitely has a little bit of pace in it right now. You're peaking at the right time. So what do you think is the best result you can get out of this race?
You know, I think in the minute we're just looking for top. I think before the pit cycles we were in 8th. We've just been overtaken by the PRL car. So you know, I'm just hoping. You know, I think at this point, too soon to say where exactly we want to finish. As you said, we're in the midst of a pit cycle, so it'll be about, you know, where we come out. I'm hoping 6th or 7th might be good, especially given the kilometers we've gone through. And then I think the plans at the minute for the final splash and dash is we'll take the fast repair there and see what we can do then to the end.
So you mentioned that you're going to be taking a splash and dash. We were kind of thinking that no one was going to go with that strategy, but you guys are using a splash and dash. You are going to have a little bit of a quick fill up between now and the finish.
Yeah, unfortunately, we've not got a choice. The floor damage and a little bit of aero damage from my avoidance of the bus stop has really hindered our fuel efficiency. So we were saving fuel, and compared to the last time, we've actually lost a lap and a half of fuel per stint. So you know, she's a tough old girl, but she's struggling a little bit at the minute. So I don't think we'll have a choice but take a splash and dash, and then at that point it'll be about who else is going to have to and whatnot. But I think at this point we'll take what we can get.
That is shocking. 1.5 laps of fuel burnt every lap. Quick little note, the Overtake Team Black car in the GT categories has picked up a drive-through penalty. Just quick little note of that for the viewers. But 1.5 laps per stint. That is shocking. I think that is, I mean, it just shows you how important the floor damage is and how important the floors are in these cars. So I think as the has that floor damage really affected the way this thing is driving? I mean, affecting it a little bit, but at a track like this with those straight line blasts, is it just affecting it all over the place, or is it really just affecting y'all in the corners more than anything else?
Honestly, yeah, it's affecting us everywhere. We're down about 6 or 7 k's an hour on the top end, and then through the corners. I mean, it was handling beautifully. You know, when I got in the car, And you know, as we progress through the stint, it's become a little bit of a boat. You know, we've seen the tire wear go through the roof, so at this point, it's just about hanging on.
Well, I think a P6 or P7 result would be really impressive, considering y'all have to take that fast repair and that splash and dash between now and the checkered flag. We're about to hit the final 45 minutes of this race, so just taking this event into the whole, the amount of turnout that we've had, the good broadcast minus the technical issues that we've had thus far. Just thoughts on how the event has gone thus far, taking away your own personal struggles with the floor damage.
Yeah, I mean, every single event that's put on by CMS is always really fantastic. It's you know, David and the guys, they do a super good job. I'm saying that I feel like I might come across a little bit biased there, considering the fact that they pay my metaphorical paychecks. But yeah, no, it's been brilliant. You know, I know after Jerez, there was some conversations about the driving standards, but I think overall they've significantly improved heading into this event. Of course, you know, with everything, there's people making mistakes and whatever not. It's nighttime at the same time, so my body wants to go to sleep. But yeah, so I think overall as a whole, it's fantastic. Championship's fantastic. You know, this isn't our first run in this series. We were the winners at this event last year. So yeah, no, it's brilliant.
It's been a brilliant event to be a part of thus far. My second endurance racing broadcast, my first here of the Championship Motorsports iRacing Team Endurance Series. But I've really enjoyed it so far, and I'm glad the drivers are enjoying it as well. You did mention there the issue of driving standards, and it's been very clean thus far. Small little hiccups here and there, but I think it's just like night and day difference. So do you think that standard of driving is really going to be the same as we head to some more tight and twisty and technical tracks here between now and the end of the season?
I think it'll depend. Yeah, I mean, it'll depend on the track. You know, Spa, it's a track where, you know, it's a very big, very open track. There are certainly areas like Pouon where, you know, cars tend to group together, same thing with the bus stop. But overall, it's a track where it's quite easy to make a mistake and not impact anybody, whereas Jerez, if you make a mistake, you're pretty much guaranteed to impact somebody. So, you know, it's the small mistakes will be, you know, more important when we go to tighter tracks. So we'll have to wait and see. But nobody's, you know, I'm going to use a French expression here, but nobody's had a bit of cerveau, which is good.
Well, being the uneducated and uncultured American brood that I am, I don't know what in the world you just said, but a lot of very good information that you've laid on to us thus far. It's a shame that your race hasn't gone the best in the world. Still very good recovery drive based off all the incidents that you've had thus far, picking up that floor damage and having to deal with that terrible straight line disadvantage, difficulty through the corners, and also that really bad fuel mileage. But the fact y'all are still running firmly in that top 8 is quite impressive. So thank you so much for joining us. I think I'll pass this off to Andy now.
I don't think I've got anything more to add on that. I mean, with the floor damage that you have got in your car, you're doing exceptionally well. You're still in the top 10. You know, you said you have the plates, so you've certainly got the pace going forward into the rounds. I mean, we can't expect like every team. I mean, you can see it in the championship, apart from the alien team of the satellite racing teal team. I mean, there's been a mixed bag of results on there. I think, like you mentioned, Jerez was one of them tight tracks. I think that was going to be the donkey in the mix of the 6-round regatta, because that was an extremely tight circuit with not a lot of overtaking pace. But I mean, look what we've got to look forward to. We've got Hockenheim, we've got Le Mans, we've got Silverstone as a class 3. I mean, they're wide, expansive tracks, apart from obviously the inner circuit Hockenheim in. But it's looking good for the last 3 rounds, certainly for the LMDH class, isn't it?
Yeah, no, you know, all 3 of those tracks do tend pretty well for the LMDH racing. I am a little bit more nervous about Hockenheim personally, just because of, you know, especially what comes to mind immediately is turn 2 and then the hairpin of turn 4, I think, 4, 5, whatever it is. You know, well, those are areas where it's very easy to miss your braking mark. But other than that, I think, you know, the guys have done a great job at picking exciting racing tracks. So, you know, I'll be honest, I don't know which rounds I'm going to be here for, but whichever one I'm here for, I'm excited for it.
Definitely. Well, thanks for joining us, Thomas. And before we let you go, mate, would you like to give a shout out to anyone?
Yeah, I mean, big shout out to everyone on the CMS Pro team. So that's Cam, Adam, and Alfonso as well. They're the other 3 drivers who I'm sharing the car with. Big thanks to David as well for forcing us all to be here, which is, I mean, I'm including you guys in that. Yeah, exactly, at gunpoint. He came to my house. It was a terrifying affair. No, in all seriousness, it's been brilliant. Thank you for all the sponsors of the CMS racing team. I would name them all up, but frankly, we're racing at night and I can't see my car. And so yeah, so it's brilliant. Yeah, so big thanks to you guys as well for putting this on, putting up with us. And you know, I also got to put out a thank you to some of the other teams. You know, we wouldn't be here if they wouldn't be here. So at the end of the day, everyone who's involved with this makes this event what it is, and gives a show for everyone watching home.
Thank you for that, Thomas, and some very kind words there for you and your teammates and the competitors as well. So hopefully,
I called it. We got a black flag. I called it.
Oh no! Drive-through penalty. Oh no! We can't call it a commentator's jinx because you were the one that did it. But
exactly.
man, of all the moments, I feel so bad.
Can anyone tell me what that's for? I don't know.
Oh. Well, at least you can get repaired now, change your tyres, and you don't have the smash and dash. So there's always a silver lining. You were having to come in anyway, so...
Exactly.
All right, Thomas, thanks for joining us, mate. We'll let you get back to it.
Yeah, all right, cheers. Thank you very much.
Oh, we can't put that to commentator's curse, Ron, so we can't take that one. That was a driver's curse. That was a driver's curse. Let's see if we can see what possible. He had a lot of damage when he came into that pit, so he's certainly had an accident out on track, because when we were having that interview, it was the front end of that car was missing, so there's been an incident. But one of the big things, mate, I know you mentioned it, but I don't know if you digested what that actually meant, but the drive-through penalty for the Overteam Black team in the GT3 category with that drive-through, considering they were out front, they were in the driver's seat, they literally done their last stop with 1 pit stop less than everybody else. Now it's on even footing. You can see them there in second place, getting hounded by Delta Simtech in third. It's game on for them, and coming thick and fast now, these drive-through penalties in the last last 40 minutes of this race.
Yeah, I think it goes back to the point I mentioned well earlier on when I was having the technical issues. A brief word that I could get in edgewise. I was mentioning how in the last hour of this race, we might see some of these drivers break out their fisticuffs, start being and banging and roughing each other up. We've seen that happen already. I think, honestly, from my perspective, I don't really see the Overtake Team Black team recovering from that. I mean, we could see it. I think it's definitely not an easier road that they were going to have if that penalty didn't happen, so it's very unfortunate. That is the CMSRacing.com pro team getting a penalty right as Thomas Fisher was in here. There is nothing more tragic in my time covering races here on Apex Racing TV that I have ever seen. I feel so bad, even though I was not responsible for that. That was, I mean, that will probably be one of our highlights from this broadcast. It's a tragic moment, a funny moment at the same time, just based off the timing. But man, that's such a shame. Very up and down and very challenging race from that team, and it continues on even in the last hour of this race. That's an unfortunate penalty for them, but they have served it now, so they have a clean slate between now and the checkered flag.
They do have they're currently in P8, so obviously made the repair. They were having to pit anyway. Who is that? That is a heavily damaged LMDH car there with a front right wheel hanging off. Who is that? Can't put it out. Let's see if somebody's tumbled down the orders in the LMDH. Not sure who that was, but that was an extensively damaged LMDH car. That will severely affect their front end, their top end speed, I think, and their cornering abilities in that car. So unfortunately there, if we can try and find out who that is, we will endeavour to. I'm not seeing anyone piling down the order. I did see in the chat, I'm just Alec Reynolds there. Penguin car is done. Rainbow Porsche Kilda. Whoa! Was that Sim Republic? That is our number 4th team in the LMDH AMS, 4th. Having a heart-stopping moment there coming at the end of Kemmel Straight, and I think you're exactly right. It's at the end of this race. I mean, it shouldn't be that much of an effect for the MDH, but it's that concentration thing that we talk about with endurance series. He had a momentary lapse of concentration there, it looked like, lost his braking point and realised, locked it up, and luckily there's a big enough runoff at the turn number 7 there, Lacoons, to not have a rather embarrassing trip back to the pits.
That was a massive snap there. I'm not even sure what in the world happened there. I don't even think there was contact with another car. I think he just locked up the rears, which is something that plays a big role with driving these LMDH cars at speed around any racetrack, just balancing the rear braking and the energy regeneration. We haven't even touched on the fact that all these cars are hybrids. There's strategies about what mode to be in, of whether you want to recharge your battery and save up some of that power, or whether you want to be an overtake and crank that engine up all the way. We haven't even touched on that. We're already about 4 hours into this broadcast. It just shows you the awesome racing that we've had here from start to finish. But I think the energy regeneration might have been the reason why we saw that big snap. Heading into the corner, he was very lucky to keep it out of the barriers just. But as we were doing that interview, I think the pretty much a vast majority of the LMDH drivers have now come into the pit, so you can see the Satellite Racing Teal team is there at the front, 1 minute and 9 seconds ahead of the next car in class. So very, very dominating position that they're in right now. I don't think they'll be able to take that one lap advantage that we were joking about a few moments ago, but still a pretty commanding race from them thus far. But besides that, the next biggest gap is between the GT3 Pro drivers of the Bear Pope Enduro team and the Overtake Team Black. They're 23 seconds between each other. LMDH AM is 8.7, is teetering at around the 8-second barrier. I believe that might be a little bit of pit stop strategy being the reason why that gap is still quite small, but still fairly tense stuff here all throughout this field. We're getting a quick replay to see a spin here from the Overtake Team Blue team going through Lacombe, hitting the wall and breaking that BMW all kinds of ways. That car is screwed up 6 ways from Sunday. Tough break for that team. They're running decently in class, and sadly after that contact they're going to be in for a world of hurt. We're getting another quick replay here heading into the corner. They're quite slow entering there. I think they might have been on cold tires. Maybe they were exiting the pits that time by, hit the wall. Yeah, and I think that was a broken wheel, that, or it might have been a glitch on my end, but either way, extensively damaged BMW, multi-million of dollars, actually probably not multi-millions of damage there. Still quite a lot of money laying there. I'm sure one of the virtual marshalers here at the Spa Francorchamps circuit here in iRacing will pick that up and try and sell it on eBay as slightly worn.
Partially worn, still good use. For that one, but yeah, so that was that car that we were looking at in the background. It's good to clear that up. So Overtake Team Blue there, extensively damaged, but luckily it's just a click of a button to get it fast repaired. You know, when you wish it going into taking your car into a garage and saying, "Can I have the fast repair option, please?" and then driving it straight out, that'd be so much better. That's what real world needs to take away from iRacing, the immediate to the button. But yeah, we're coming into the closing stage now, near enough into the last half an hour of this race. It's going to be interesting now to see if some of these LMDH cars have to pit in again to gain a splash and dash. I mean, Pat has done an amazing job, considering he was at the back of the field. We heard earlier on that basically they were caught up with the GT3, that's what plummeted them down the field. But to get himself back up to 6th place is quite an amazing feat compared to where they were. We know they're fast because they were the pole sitters in that LMDH Pro class. So we know Pat has got the speed, so it's going to be interesting to see where they can go. But one of the battles is what we're watching now on screen. So while you were chatting a little bit there, that mistake is nearly closed the door there on the Pneumatic Motorsport Blue team. They were travelling 100 Force and Pneumatic Motorsport Blue. They're travelling through Lacoon. And I think there was a slight little touch from Miguel onto the back end of the 100 Force driven by Justin Lomel in third place. I'm sort of rooting for 100 Force now because I made that prediction that they were going to get into the podium, and I really want to see that come to fruition. And I'll just pat myself on the back and say a job well done if they did that, because they were my dark outsiders early on in this race. So they are at the moment flying the flag. I've got my 100 Force flag behind me, flying it for 100 Force to try and get that last spot, but they're certainly under pressure here from Pneumatic Motorsport Blue Team, and they're trying everything they can to close that gap and make that passing opportunity. And I think it's going to come down to maybe a GT3 getting involved in this battle, not by choice, but just by speed differential and where they're going to hit them on track. But at the moment, Justin O'Malley is keeping that 100 Force car up 9 places. You can see there in that top 3 space, but is under severe pressure there from Pneumatic Motorsport Blue Team, who are themselves up 2 places from where they sort of started. So another, probably a shout out is to Accent Racing LMDH, currently second in the LMDH AM category. They're up 14 places from where they started the race, so they've been there or thereabouts, and now they're currently making their move 9 seconds behind the SimHQ Motorsport Orange team that have pretty much been dominant this race in the LMDH amateur category. On there, they're looking further back. GT3 AM, that's still up for grab. Pain and Eye Strain currently got a 23-second lead over the Lunatic Racing, but our very own Dave Races, Dave Anderson Races for, so he'll be certainly rooting them on as well. But those two well out in front, and then Valhalla Motorsports. I'm just having a look to see if they, nope, they have pitted in, so those two are well out in front of the rest of the AM field overall. But going back up to this race for that top, the last spot on the podium between 100 Force and Pneumatic Blue here, going down the Camel Straight. This is a good example of that slipstream effect. See how closely they get. Look, I mean, it's right at the end of the Camel Straight there. It's almost like a ground rush effect, and that gap closes down from, say, half a second to 0.1 of a second. It's just amazing to watch the slipstream effect of these cars.
Yeah, it just shows you the many curveballs. Said it again there, the many curveballs of these endurance races with the prototypes, managing the traffic, managing each other, and the slipstream is so important here. It's going to play a big role in this battle. We're still following the 100 Force car, which I think I'm rooting for them just because I think their name is badass. I mean, 100 Force, it sounds like something you'd hear in a Top Gun movie. Maybe when they make, I guess it would be Top Gun 3, maybe we'd have a 100 Force pilot there, but you can see it's not really working out too well for 100 Force. My quick support of their name has cost them that final podium position in class. They've now lost that to the Pneumatic Motorsports Blue Team there. So Miguel Colon putting on a pretty good drive right now. He's had some fairly tense moments all throughout this race, but currently running in P3, up 3 spots from where he started. So putting on a fairly nice drive here. And I gotta imagine, as we have a drive-through penalty for the Overtake Red Team, failure to lock the brakes resulting in contact there. So just a quick little spin there, clipped another car, and they're getting a drive-through penalty for it. Such a shame. The stewards being a little bit strict when it comes to these drive-through penalties. Again, we've said a lot throughout this broadcast, the drive-through penalties at this track are a fate worse than death. So I think the fact that we've seen so many drivers pick up the drive-through penalties, they may have to, I don't know, maybe they'll be picking up some kind of water or some kind of beverage, maybe an alcoholic beverage to drown out their sorrow of having to drive through the pits for like an hour and a half, it feels like. So unfortunately for them, and unfortunately for a lot of the Overtake teams, they've had a very tough turn of things as of late. I think that's, what's it now, 2 of their cars picking up a drive-through penalty, maybe more. I think 2 or 3 have picked up a drive-through penalty in the past hour of this race. So not a really good turn of fortune for them.
No, definitely is, but you need to stop with rooting for a car there, Ron, because 100 Force now in 4th place, and I'm looking like I'm not going to make my prediction come true, but still there. Justin's on the back of that Pneumatic Motorsport Blue Team, so there's a lot of cars up there, so it's how they're going to navigate the cars in this closing stage of the race. And like you mentioned earlier on, this is where the high pressures start to come in, because you're here, and that is not ideal, being tucked behind a GT3 car, so losing a lot of time there on the Pneumatic Motorsport Blue Team. You know, this is where the drivers will start to make it. He's going to get caught again here behind that Audi trying to get there, so lost a lot of time there. But you look at that up ahead, there was a GT3 car just going through turns 13 and 14 that could affect it, but it looks like the worst out of that is the 100 force car that has now dropped off slightly, and the pneumatic motorsport team have got a slipstream here against the car in front of them. I don't think that's, yes, it is for position in fact, so that is the second place car there, so there's 2 and 3, so 100 force does have an opportunity to make it count if these two start fighting and squabbling over each other, so to not end by a long shot. Still 27 minutes left of this race to go, so plenty more laps.
We have some lap time drama here. I think it's we're gonna focus on the lap time last time by for the Satellite Racing Team Blue drivers there, a 2:01.1. Let's see what lap time they do this time by. That was a pretty good lap time from them, much quicker than the drivers up the road. The Pneumatic Motorsports Blue team set a 2:02.9, so that's nearly 2 seconds quicker in one lap alone. So I think the Satellite Racing Team Blue, after a very up and down race, they've been just topsy-turvy there, running up towards the front, started this race in third, but then dropped back like a rock very early on for unknown reasons, but have just clawed their way through the field, put together a pretty good race, and I think they're peaking at the right time. We'll see how if they can maintain that decently matched pace. 100 force last time by a 2:04. That's not a very good lap time for him at all, so I think it won't be too long until Paul Portling in this Satellite Racing Team Blue car picks up that 4th place runner of 100 force. It would not shock me in the slightest if he catches up and moves up into that podium spot, making 2 Satellite Racing Team cars into the podium positions. That would be a great result for them, and I think it's very much in the realm of possibility. What do you think, Andy?
100%. I mean, you got Paul Darlin at the helm of that car. He was in the winning car for season 1, as Dave Anderson was saying when he came in for his interview. So he is no slouch himself. 100 force with that 2:04. That would have been for them GT3 car. Slow paces. So this would be more of a representative lap, I think, of what the actual lap times that they're doing. I think that 2:04, like I said, was them 2 GT3 cars coming out of no name and then through Pouon that really cost him the time. You can see the cars he's trying to chase up in front of him, but that Satellite Racing Blue, after all the trials and tribulations that they've gone through this race, to be in it with a shot of a top 3 finish is amazing. You know, drive-through penalty, an unscheduled stop in the pit stop to do repairs from damage, and obviously spinning off the track. You know, they've had pretty much everything, and to still be in a run for that top 3 position is going to be amazing. So his last lap was a 2:01. Let's have a look. 100 force was a 2.05, so 4 tenths of a second faster there was the Satellite Racing Blue team on that last lap than the 100 force car. So it's race honour here at the end, certainly for the top 4 positions in that LMDA post. First place is well and truly gone out. It's going to take an act of God, I would say, to make the Satellite Racing team not win this one. But certainly second, third, and fourth, and fifth is up for grabs. So he's certainly on the charges, Paul Darlin. You can see where he needs to get to as well. The car in front is hasn't got the time to be able to close that gap and make the passing moves count.
Now, I gotta wonder, on the subject of the front runners in the LMDH Pro category, I wonder if your leader of this race is going to catch up to them and lap them. That may play a little bit of a factor if they start to battle a little bit hard. That may be a factor towards the very end, probably the last lap. You can see lap traffic being involved here. He's gonna have to be very brave here. He actually had to back out a little bit to try and avoid making contact with that Mercedes up the road. We have another drive-through penalty, this time for Delta Sim Tech. So that's going to play a massive role in that GT3 pack. They're running in the podium position for a vast majority of this race. I believe they're still running in the top 5, if I'm not mistaken. So that's going to be a very big detriment to their race. They're on the off strategy that we don't really think is going to work. We'll see if they can manage to do that, those drivers on that different strategy. But I think with that drive-through penalty, that is going to really hurt the Delta Sim Tech team's chances of grabbing a good result here. Still pretty good drive from them. They've been running up towards the front all throughout this race, still running in 4th. They'll probably be pulling in next time by, so they are probably going to be dropping out of the top 5 in the GT3 Pro category. But still, great racing from them. As you can see, a massive moment from Paul Darling exiting La Source there, trying to avoid contact with a lap car farther up the road, nearly resulted in him spinning and hitting that inside barrier. That could have ended in tears, but I think right now the 100 force driver of Justin Lomi is really feeling the pain. He is feeling the pressure. You can make a Tag Heuer reference if you want about how they don't crack under pressure. We'll see if the 100 force team does. You can see he was going for some very bold moves to try and dispatch some of these lapped cars just to make sure he has a good enough gap between himself and Paul in the Satellite Racing Team blue car. So I think he's feeling the pressure quite a lot at this stage. We may see an unforced error. We may see him try and go for an overly aggressive move here on a lap car in a few moments' time, but he is definitely feeling the burn.
Definitely is, but he's closing, the 100 force team are closing down on the Pneumatic Blue because they are starting to fight now between the first, second and third positions there, so it's given the opportunity for the 100 force. So it's going to be an interesting last sort of 10 minutes of this race. Can Satellite Racing Blue come up and join the fun between themselves, 100 force Motorsport and the Tennessee Delta Syntec 3717 to take them last 2 podium spots on the thing? So it's going to be interesting to see what happens here. Who's going to be on that last podium spot between these 3 cars? I thought somebody was up there, but no, it wasn't. It's a lapped car, isn't it? That car. What is that? 225? It's certainly not getting out of the way, that lap car, that's for sure. 22nd. 22nd. I'm sure who that is, but they get him through. They get him through, so that is now back as it should be. And the Pneumatic Motorsport Blue team, 100 force. What has happened to 100 force? They are in 5th place now, behind Satellite Racing Blue.
I think they finally got the move done here. We may get hopefully we get a shot here of a replay in a few moments time to see what in the world happened there, but I think it must have been some fairly textbook stuff there. It's not the most shocking change of position in the world, but what it means now is the Pneumatic Motorsports Team Blue right there, currently running in P3 in class, is now feeling the burn from the other blue team, the Satellite Racing Team blue car right behind them. You can see the gap is only a couple of car lengths as they go through Lacombe. And we're getting a quick replay to see that pass to move up there. We're following Paul Darling heading into the chicane. I think lap traffic might have been the reason why. Okay, actually, yeah, you can see a driver was pulling in and Paul Darling pulls off a fairly textbook stuff there to pull off the switchback, going on to that Grand Prix start-finish straightaway, and Paul Darling moves up into P4 in class, giving him a fantastic shot at finishing this race on the podium. We don't have much long left to play in this race, only 19 minutes left to go on the clock, but he's definitely forcing the issue here on Miguel Colin in the Pneumatic Motorsport blue car. He manages to hold it off for now, but he can see lap traffic farther up the road. That might check him up a little bit. We'll see if Paul Darling might try and size up a move here in a few moments time. He definitely has a very fast race car under him right now, so I gotta imagine it's going to be a matter of when, not if, we see Paul Darling in the Satellite Racing Team blue car move up into the podium spots.
Definitely is. Definitely is. I think he might have some inspirational music playing in his rig here, like maybe the Jaws music, and
there you go.
Writing on the roof for the Pneumatic Motorsport blue team. But he is a man on a mission. He's just looking at his lap times. He was 2 seconds faster last lap than the Motorsport 2 team. So I'm just looking at this lap now. So 202.21 for the Motorsports team and 202.0. So 2 tenths of a second. Paul Darling was faster than Miguel Colin then. So it's game on, and certainly now he's well within his sights, going up through Radion, El Rouge, and then coming down the Camel Straight. He could get this move done here. Does have a bit of a slipstream, does Pneumatic Blue, from that Porsche car in front, but I just don't think it's enough as we watch here a change of position for possibly 3rd place. Close enough to get that inside line. Is he going to make it? No, he's not. He's just going to tuck in behind the Pneumatic Motorsport blue team. But I think that certainly the writing is on the wall. Just looking further back here, the Bearport Work Union has just managed to take back the lead in that GT3 class, but there's a real ding-dong battle between themselves and Overtake Team Black. I mean, if you remember back, Overtake Team Black had a drive-through penalty from a pretty much commanding lead, but now there is a real battle between themselves and the Overtake Black team to try and get that win. We've got Bear Pope and Juro just gone into the pits there.
They ran out of fuel, I think.
Did they?
I think that could have been the reason why. I think they're running low on fuel.
Yeah, I think this is what I was saying before about these GT3 classes with the difference of standards. Some of these drivers are going to have to come in for splash and dash effort as we see some GT3 cars getting embroiled into this battle for third place. Paul Darling is just sizing up Miguel here of a passing opportunity. You can see Miguel going super defensive here into the bus stop. He just needs to be careful because that exit speed on the exit will get him down into the source. Obviously getting a little bit of a slipstream, a little bit of a swervy moment there from Paul Darling coming in, but trying to get the slipstream he can off every single car. It's certainly heating up between these two drivers, but big shout out to Miguel. He is not buckling under the pressure at the moment. So we join this battle at the front of the GT3 Pro. Michael Hooper in the car there. Has he actually changed, Michael Hooper, or has he been in the whole race? I mean, I haven't seen any other driver, but he's back in the seat at the moment. Getting obviously chased down 2 seconds behind the Overtake Black team. Just seeing him come through there. That is a back market in between them, but that car in second place is just coming up to the bus stop there at the moment. So just needs to get past this back marker, and then it's really game on between them two. So they've had a really good one. Overtake Team Black's done an exceptional job considering they had a drive-through penalty, but the question of fuel for these GT3 cars, what's your thought, Rob?
Well, it's a matter of strategy, really. I think the drivers that were trying to stretch it a little bit, pit in the final 45 minutes, are really the ones that I think are going to be I think they're going to pull ahead. I have a feeling that those drivers that are going to short fill in the later stages of this race, that long trundled down pit lane that's over a minute long, not including the pit stop, just going through the pit stop, going through the pit lane itself, just having that long trundle is not only deteriorating on the driver as you're seeing your competitors buzz by on the left-hand side, but it also plays havoc to your race. You're going to drop down like a rock through the field, and really, of all the times to drop back like a rock through the field in the final 15 minutes, that's never when you want to do it. I mean, obviously, you don't want to ever drop back like a rock through the field, but if there was a time, obviously, in the final 15 minutes, you don't want to do that. From my racer's perspective, I would rather just be out there giving it my all and battling as hard as I can. Speaking of battling as hard as I can see there's contact there nearly between Miguel Colon and then Paul Darling in the two blue cars, the Satellite Team Blue and the Pneumatic Motorsports Blue cars. They're still battling hard, dicing for all the positions they can right now. This is going to be a hard-fought battle between now and the checkered flag, but I think with the hard battling that they are doing, it could drag 100 Force back into that fight. They're still fairly close right now, about 2 seconds behind these two cars right now on track. So if these two come to blows, 100 Force is going to be there to pick up the places, pick up the pieces, and grab the podium.
Yeah, certainly are. As we sort of change position there. Paul Darling managing to get past Miguel there for fourth place, but is it going to be going back here? See Miguel just going to the outside, thinking better of it. But Miguel is actually in the driving seat at the moment, so Paul is going to have to be defensive and really watch how he's using the energy on that hybrid card. And you know, is Miguel just storing that energy to make a last lap overtake, because he's just getting in the slipstream and be able to fuel save, be able to battery save, and use just the slipstream effect to keep him within fighting contact of that Satellite Racing blue team. But it's going to be an intriguing end to this race, considering they've been racing for 3 hours and 47 minutes, going into the last 13 minutes of this race, and that last podium position in that pro category is still big up for grabs. And don't count out 100 Force yet. Like you said, they are just off the back of this group, and I think that is them behind. Yes, there they are. So they are now behind the Pneumatic Motorsport blue team to have the opportunity to make it into the top four and then possibly go for the Satellite Racing blue team. But I just think Paul has got that fighting edge. You can see him slightly pulling away give it a flash of the lights, want to make sure that he stays within contact. He's well within that slipstream effect now of the Pneumatic Motorsport Blue Team. So are they looking in the rear view mirror instead of looking forward, realising that Paul Darling is on a mission at the moment, trying to pull away slightly from the Pneumatic Motorsport Blue Team, and you can see their 100 force literally just got right onto the rear wing of that Pneumatic Motorsport Blue Team. So this is going to be interesting, coming down right on the Rouge, going down the Camel Straight to see if they can go side by side here, coming down into Random Rouge. Oh, that was a bit of a grass contact there for the Pneumatic Motorsport Blue Team. So I wonder if they've got tyre issues, because that was a very unorthodox line to go. But is this going to be a switch back for the Pneumatic Team coming down here, down the Camel Straight? Looking like he's going to dive down the inside and thinks better of it. So Satellite Racing Blue Team currently taking that third spot, 100 force in fourth, and Pneumatic Motorsport Blue down 2 places to fifth.
The Satellite Racing Team Teal Team has actually pulled into the pits for their splash and dash in the final 12 minutes of this race. So I think that gap is going to decrease. It's certainly not going to decrease enough for there to be a battle up towards the front, but it will be a little bit smaller than we see right now, 1 minute 17, separating the two drivers running at the front of the LMDH Pro category. But right now we've got action all throughout the entire field. The LMDH AM fight right now is 7 seconds, separating the two drivers at the front with about 12 minutes, actually 11 minutes now left to go in this race. GT3 Pro, they are separated by about 2 seconds, but remember, the Bear Pops Workers Union team is running out of fuel. They're having to fuel save massively there in that GT3 car of theirs. So I think it'll be a matter of time, it'll be a matter of when, not if, that we see the Overtake Team Black team manage to grab that P1 spot in the dying stages of this race. Speaking of GT3 AM, that's still fairly close, about 6 seconds separating the two of them right now. We're following the P3 runner right now, about 11 seconds back of the leader, currently dealing with the GTP running around him. But I think right now there's going to be some really hard stuff between now and the finish, even though this race has been going on for the past 3 hours and 49, 3 hours and 50 minutes. We're now about to hit the final 10 minutes of this race right now, but there's still just so much left to be decided. It's a great part of endurance racing that we have such unpredictable finishes, and you really don't know who's going to win until the final 10 minutes.
Definitely not, and as you can see there, Satellite Racing Team just going into the pits to do a splash and dash to make sure they've got fuel. Still having an 11-second lead, even with that extremely long pit stop. So well within the rest. So is that going to be an issue for the rest of the teams? I don't know. But looking at the GT3 AM, I just looked at the pit stop. So Valhalla Motorsports and Overtake Team Pink have only stopped 3 times at the moment. The rest of the field has stopped 4. So have they got enough fuel to see them to the end of the race, or are we going to see Valhalla Motorsports and Overtake Team Pink come into the pit stops? Now, Backpain and Eye Strain have had an exceptional race. You know, back there in 3rd place, you know, well ahead of the Lunatic Racing in 4th. So it's going to be interesting to see Valhalla Motorsports and Overtake Team Pink. They're really going to have to do some severe fuel saving, which will give the opportunity for Backpain and Eye Strain to make the move and inroad into that time. You can see it's about 5 seconds behind the Overtake Team Pink team, and around about 5 seconds, 11 seconds behind the Valhalla Motorsports. So, you know, I think they're going to have to rely on Valhalla Motorsports going in, but if the Overtake Team Pink have to do some extensive fuel saving, that could give an opportunity for Backpain and Eye Strain to get the win here, and that'd be a big win for them. You know, they've always been sort of mid-pack teams, but to get a race win here at Spa and the 4-hour endurance will be something amazing, and they will treasure that for times to come.
That would be a fantastic result for them, and they are in a fantastic position to do it. We'll just have to wait and see. The leaders, Valhalla Motorsports, in the GT3 AM category have come into the pits.
Valhalla Motorsports are in the pit, so that would sort of suggest that Overtake Team Pink will have to do the same as well, because I'm just looking at the lap time. So they stopped on lap 77, and Valhalla Motorsports, I didn't quite catch what lap they went in on, but it's going to be interesting. They're the only team, as well as Overtake Black in the pros, are the second that have done the 3 stop. Everyone else has done 4. So is there enough fuel? We've got 8 minutes, so that's around about 4 laps of racing. 3-4 laps of racing still to go, and I think it's all going to come down to when the leader passes the start finish. If he has to do that extra lap, I think that's really going to mess up the Overtake Team Pink if they're not having to pit already.
We are in the dying stages of this race, folks, right now. We're 3 hours, 52 minutes, and about 45 seconds in, so we're basically in the final 5 laps of this race, and there's still so much left to be decided. The gap at the front of the LMDH category is currently 12 seconds. I gotta imagine that Satellite Team Teal are going to be able to take that win in fairly convincing fashion, considering they just took a quick little splash and dash and don't have to worry about fuel, unlike the drivers farther behind in that class. We're seeing the Satellite Team Blue team coming into the pits as well, so we were thinking that they're going to be in a prime position to finish this race on the podium. They're actually going to finish just barely in the top 5 unless they have a massive turn of pace that brings them back up towards that front. Unless there's some kind of major accident, they're going to be finishing in 5th, maybe even worse if they have some kind of mistake. But right now, our action is on all the other classes. LMDH, that's fairly cut and dry. GT3 Pro is looking ridiculous. That's going to be a textbook photo finish. We'll have to see if the Bear Pope Workers Union team has to come in, because right now the gap is 1.8 seconds. We'll see if they pull in this time by. That Ferrari just eats that fuel in one single gulp. It just bites it all in one shot. That was a very disturbing noise. I apologize for that if you're watching the stream here on Apex Racing TV, but still, Michael Hooper, who's basically driven this race all on his lonesome. I haven't seen another driver in that car. He's still putting on a fantastic drive right now, and the fact he's running up towards the front with not very long left in this race is quite impressive, considering he's basically done it on his own.
Pneumatic Motorsport Blue is in the pit, so they are in the pits. They lose that 3rd place position. They're probably going to lose 4th as well with Satellite Racing Blue, as 100 Force done a blinder here and managed to take it in. So I'm looking at the laps, and I think they will have. They lapped in lap 92, so I think my prediction is absolutely going to come true. I'm not going to say it, but yes, I think I need to be the new Mystic Mech, because 100 Force is on track to get that last spot on the podium by doing a masterclass in the strategic.
Oh my God, that could have
nearly coming down. I'm shutting up now. I'm shutting up. Well done. Right, now on to something else. Let's go quickly moving on. No, but I mean, Justin has the whole team there has done a fantastic job in making that strategy. You know, it's 1 lap or 2 laps later than the rest of the team. We've got here Paul Darling here, Satellite Racing Blue in the pits, and then we got Pneumatic Motorsport Blue in. Where's Paul Darling coming to the teams? Literally just come out, so that could be a grandstand finish. It looks like Pneumatic Motorsport Blue will just lose 1 place. That's a bit of a weird one, because wasn't it the lap before that Paul Darling came in?
Yeah, it wasn't very long ago when they pulled in, so not sure why in the world they would come in. I just need to state, even though it might be a nice finish between themselves and the Sim HQ Motorsports Red team, that's going to be pretty close here on pit exit here. I just want to state he was only in for 8 seconds, our producer Josh said, so maybe they took just way too short of fuel. Maybe they only took tire. I don't even know what in the world happened to them. I guess they didn't take enough gas. That is bizarre. That's a very costly mistake that's going to cost them dearly. They've lost out on P5 to Sim HQ Motorsports Red, and I doubt very highly they're going to have the pace to manage to catch up to them between now and the finish. It's still actually fairly close between the two of them, but I don't think it's going to end well for that team. They're actually dropping now down to P8. So this has been a disastrous turn of events as of late. That had to have been some kind of mistake. That could have been a errant strategic call, because that's just a very... I am shocked about that, really. I think they're still within a good shot of doing well here, because you can see the lap traffic is playing a big role. This is probably the most hectic lap traffic situation that we've seen since the very beginning of this race, but it's still really, really tense here towards the top, in the top 10 of this LMDH Pro category as we're negotiating these GT3s that are also battling for position. All these drivers are basically giving it as all as they can. We may see some contact break out here in at least some of these battles, but still very hard stuff all throughout this field. Getting back to the action in the GT categories, we're following now Zach, currently running P2 in the, that's a back pain and eye strain racing team. I've had to stand up. I've been commentating for so long. They're currently running P2, about 5.8 seconds behind the Overtake Team Pink leaders in class right now. So unless they have some dramatic turn of pace, I believe they'll probably be taking P2. A very good result, though, all things considered. My attention is on the front of the GT3 Pro category. They're still separated now by 1.2 seconds. The leaders are in that class. Overtake Team Black, maybe we may see some desperation pop up here if they still haven't gotten the move done, starting the last lap. But I think both of these drivers have run a very good race, and I have a feeling that Bear Pope Workers has decreased that gap. The gap is decreased between the two of them just because they're saving so much fuel. Maybe they took a preliminary strike and saved a lot of fuel so they can really push in the late stages of this race. It's going to be a grandstand finish, folks. Everyone watching the stream here on Apex Racing TV, stand up, grab a box of popcorn or whatever container of popcorn you prefer. There's going to be some awesome stuff here in the final few minutes of this race.
100%. It's not over now. This is where all the tactics and all the preparation for all the tactics of the pit stops and strategies all start coming into play here. Have Bear Pope Union got enough fuel to see into the end of the race? We can see there, if we can just move to that fight, Josh, it's come down to 1 second at the moment, so it's super close between the two. You can see the car chasing just there in the background as Michael Hooper overstretched that amount. That gap is just coming down with every turn. So Overtake Black Team is now within the slipstream as well, so will we get in the added benefit? Be interesting to just stay with this battle just to see how close the teams get coming down that Camel Straight. But you can see there that the Overtake Black Team, although they had that drive-through penalty which really looked like it may have hurt them, it has come back and it's been okay. They've got an opportunity still to win this race here today. They are 1 second behind that team Bear Pope Union, who've been out. The last time that they pitted, I'm just having a look here, is on lap 76, so that is a long time ago. They are currently on lap 100 in the race. So is there going to be that last minute gap where they just don't have enough fuel? Because you've got to look at P3, P4. If they have to pit, then they're going to be behind them teams in the end. So this is the decision I think we've got to make to say, right, am I going to fight to try and get the win and possibly run out of fuel, or am I going to just let Overtake Team Black? I've got a big enough lead over Bear Pope Endurance to just fuel save to the end. I mean, it's just it'd be great to be like a fly in that cockpit at the moment just to see how much fuel they've actually physically got left, because I think it's going to be running on vapors certainly by the end. And I think it's all going to come down to, Ron, where Satellite Racing Teal come over the line. Are they going to go over the line with like 1 or 2 seconds left of the 4-hour race? It has tipped over now, so this should be the last lap. So we have tipped over to the 4-hour. Where are they on track? They
Heading into Lake Holm.
Lake Holm, so it's another lap, isn't it?
So that's going through Lake Holm. I think this is heading into the very tricky right-hander. So we have 1 lap to go here, actually 3/4 of a lap, you can say now, and it's looking like a commanding win for Jesse Lyon and the Satellite Team Teal team, unless they have some sort of massive mistake.
Oh, look here!
Oh boy, this is some hard battling here in GT3M. This is going to be some tense stuff here, and they've managed to get the move done. So the Back Pain and Eye Strain Racing team have gone that first in the dying stages of the race. They'll be taking the white flag this time by, if I'm not mistaken. So that's going to be 1 more lap for them to go. I believe Bear Pope Workers Union has pulled into the pits, if I'm not mistaken. Unless there's some kind of collision line, they pulled in. So right as I was going to say that the Overtake Team Black team may be completely out of it, you can see that the leaders that have been basically leading a vast majority of this race in GT3 Pro have pulled in. So now the advantage is entirely in Overtake Team Black's hands, with a massive gap to the drivers currently running in P2 and P3. That's going to be a commanding win for them unless something dramatic happens. But with the dramatic series of events we just had over the last 15 seconds, I think it won't be 2 in the ballpark if we had something strange happen.
I mean, wow, 4 hours of racing here, and it has come down to the last laps here. Just keep it all nice and clean. Back Pain and Eye Strain, you currently got 4.5. Overtake Team Pink are now on a severe fuel-saving tactic to try and keep that podium position at the moment. You can just see the time that they're losing. Look at that time, just plummeting down. Is there an issue? Have they started to run out of fuel, the Overtake Team Pink? It was going to be extremely close. You can see Bear Pope Workers Union there in 2nd place. They have finished the race, so Bear Pope Workers Union will finish this race in 2nd. I mean, oh my God, what a finish to this race. 4 hours of endurance racing, and it came down to the last lap.
following Overtake Team Black now heading through the midsection of the circuit. The Satellite Racing Team Teal Team took the checkered flag, so they will be your winner overall in this race at Spa. Very commanding win from them from start to finish. That 18.2 second gap really doesn't paint a good picture. They were dominant from start to finish. Just took a little bit of a fuel, which is the reason why they didn't really win this race by basically a whole lap. But we're following now Overtake Team Black. I was looking at these drivers. I was listening to that car lifting wholeheartedly, just entirely off of the gas about 200 meters before the Lacombe chicane, going down the Kemmel straightaway, and I thought they were done. I thought they were out of it. I thought they were going to have no hope in hell of overtaking the car in front of them. But in a dramatic series of events where the Bear Pope Workers Union car pulled in the dying breaths of this race, taking the white flag is when they pulled in. They managed to grab the lead, but I don't think it's over yet. I think the Overtake Team Black car is slowing. I think they may be out of gas. They have a pretty big gap there. It's slowly decreasing. 35 seconds, 34 seconds, 33 seconds. It's slowly decreasing, but I think they have enough time here for the Overtake Team Black team. They're going to be trundling down. I hope. I'm going to take a look on the screen to see what they can do. Meanwhile, in the GT3 AM category, it is the back pain and eye strain team taking the victory in class there. But my attention is on that GT3 Pro fight. You can see he is trundling his way around the track. The gap is in less than 20 seconds now, so it's cratered. I think he may be coming to a stop. I don't think he's going to make it. We're following now Michael Hooper, about to enter the final chicane. He's going hard on the brakes. He is full of fuel in that Ferrari, and he is going to be fully on the gas to try and overtake his adversary in the dying moments of this race. There's the Overtake Team Black car, and they have